You, just you, building your app on Base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective
Damn, y'all couldn't hear me this whole.
A short time.
Fuck. Okay. What's up, y'all? This ain't finna be a short one, but this ain't finna be a long one either. What we here today to talk about is what's going on. So, this man waited until everybody was asleep to drop the announcement. You see what I'm saying? That I guess we at war now. I say we because I mean I say in this country, but like I ain't got no beef with nobody. Yeah, chilling. But nah, we're gonna sit here and see what he got to say, see what he talking about. You know, do some deep dives, find out what we can, because this is important. I don't know if any of you signed up for college classes, college courses, stuff like that. But I think it's with the FAFSA. I remember getting the letter, but like to get the FAFSA, you feel me? You have to enlist to be drafted and stuff. So like, you feel me? You gotta stay privy to all of this, because I don't know what the implications is. I probably just say something that sounds crazy, but hey, but hey, before we start, bear with me. I'm finna run right quick, grab a couple things, and I'll be right back. All right. Alright, we back with it. I see the 2 viewers that I had left, but it's all good. So look, hey, so we're finna watch this shit and see what Trump talk about.
Time ago.
Let's make sure we got some good quality up in here. Quality 240. Damn, this the times now world. 1.9 million and shit. I can't get higher than 240.
United States military began major combat operations. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel.
What happened to my YouTube Premium?
In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died.
Why is he talking about stuff that happened like forever ago? Wait, what they do to us today? Like, y'all should have did something like way back when. Why are we in war right now?
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years. as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it.
Why didn't he mention 9/11? I'm not the same people. I could be sounding stupid. But Iran or Iraq? Al Qaeda. Let me see some. Is oh. Okay, so it is Iran. Okay, cool. Why didn't he mention Iran? I mean, when he was mentioning all of the attacks, why didn't he mention 9/11?
Any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. and we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge.
Am I the only one who's having a hard time like taking any of this serious at all? Like, I mean, like, yeah, war serious, but like anything that he's saying, all of these files coming out and everything, I ain't gonna cap. It's just like, this is what you telling us is going on, but y'all got a history of capping. So, I mean, brother Cap Master, look, he always got a new cap on. When have you ever seen, you feel me, like presidents wearing baseball caps? Just like during their speeches and stuff like that. They be motherfucking irate about wearing baseball caps in restaurants and shit. That's besides the point. I don't trust how he talking, what he's saying, the real war is about. I don't trust the fact that I can't even get this damn video in better quality than 240. Why is that? What is he hiding? I'm gonna get off this and I'm gonna see if I can find a clearer video. But
and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond.
yeah, there was no clearer video than that. As I thought. Crazy work.
A short time ago,
You see?
the United States military began.
I don't trust that shit. Why couldn't anybody get anything clearer?
This is an ABC News special report.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Franzen in New York. We are coming on the air with breaking news from the Middle East. Air raid sirens in Israel after Israel's defense minister announced Israel had launched.
A short time ago,
Okay.
the United States military began major combat
Was able to get it clear.
operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
Okay. What can we find out? What can we find? Let's check TikTok.
The United States is officially at war with Iran. Earlier this morning, the ethno-state Israel struck Iran and the Americans helped them, and now they're engaged in full-on back and forth shooting of missiles at each other. So far, various Iranian infrastructure has already been hit, including a children's elementary school in Minab that has taken the lives of 40 people, most of them children. There are two reasons that this new war is happening, right? The fake reason is to free the Iranian people. Don't get me wrong, the government of Iran does oppress its people, but Donald Trump generally doesn't care about authoritarianism across the world. And you got the real reason, which is Iran scares America's ally, Israel. And despite the fact that they committed war crimes in Gaza, no U.S. politician is really willing to fight back against them. Donald Trump and the politicians at home here are seeing this as an opportunity to steal oil from the nation of Iran. That's already what we've done in Venezuela. The only way for the Americans and the Israelis to achieve that is something called a regime change. Basically, they're going to just put pressure on the country until their own people overthrows the government, so they have someone who's easier to negotiate with. Donald Trump has already said that there's a huge chance that Americans will pass away from this new war, but he said that it happens in war and that it's okay. And yeah, that's pretty much where we're at.
The fuck it ain't. I ain't signed up for that shit. Hold on now. I ain't. See, I'm still trying to figure out what I can and can't say on this damn camera. I ain't gonna cap. I'm finna say some crazy shit, but I'm damn near just like, I don't want motherfuckers to know my next move. Hello. What you mean? America's, the soldiers, the ones that's over there? The ones that's over there? Shit. He did, Iran, he did this while we were asleep. He made sure the American people would sleep when he delivered this message. Come on now.
Probably too late. I've been posting about this for a couple of months now, but I'll say it one last time. If you're in Donald Trump's military, you should do everything in your power to leave as quickly as possible. Donald Trump has literally already said that he doesn't really care if you live, right? Or at the very least, he would view it as acceptable, right, to pursue American military. Donald Trump ran on no new wars, right, about draining the swamp, and pretty much everything the opposite is happening.
Facts.
The people of Iran,
I seen it with my eyes.
I doubt this is going to be how it happened. The United States is officially at war with Iran. Earlier this morning, the ethno-state...
All right. Here's a key. That y'all probably didn't pick up, but just in case you did, just in case you didn't, here you go, right? We're going to open up Perplexity AI. Most of y'all probably didn't even think it is when he was giving these, when he was talking about all of this. Perplexity AI, what we're going to do is top oil. Come on. Based in Iran. Based in Iran. And companies. Oil. Let's U.S. companies. Damn, I feel like I'm slow right now. Hold on. Yes. No specific list of winners exists yet, but higher. U.S. sanctions make it very hard for companies to business with its oil sector. So, okay. Okay. I thought I saw something.
Israel struck Iran.
So just above me right now, we can see what we believe were 4 missiles intercepted over Doha's West Bay. This is a really popular area. A lot of expats live here. A lot of locals, Qatari locals live here. We've received...
Why y'all still outside? Y'all mama should whip y'all ass. Like, y'all just saw a missile get intercepted and you still outside with your camera? Come on, boy. This is your life.
2 messages this morning from the U.S. Embassy here in Qatar. The first one saying to shelter in place. The second one saying missiles imminent. We believe those missiles were shot down by air defense missile systems, but now we're seeing 4 additional, what we believe are missiles from Iran being shot down above us. Qatar's National Emergency Alert System has also sent out 3 messages to people's phones telling them to shelter in place.
Leave.
So just above me right now, we can see...
All right, guys.
Missiles have struck.
All right, guys. So we're now at war with Iran. I'm curious to know what you guys' thoughts are. We've been at war with the Middle East my entire life. This is Colin. I'm an American living over here in China. I post TikToks just about what my daily life is like over here.
Missiles have struck targets in Bahrain, where the US Navy's 5th Fleet is headquartered after joint US-Israel attacks in Iran. Iran says it has begun a counter-attack of drones and missiles towards Israel, and is also retaliating against multiple US military sites in the Middle East, including UAE and Kuwait. Trump and Israel have framed the operation as neutralizing threats to national security, including nuclear capabilities. But Trump also urged Iranians to take over the Iranian government.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Statement from the president this morning, and these words getting a lot of attention already when President Trump said the lives of courageous American heroes those may be lost, and we may have.
Overnight, the United States and Israel began striking targets inside Iran. The attacks began in daylight, just after 10 a.m. local time. Explosions rocked Iran's capital, Tehran, and large plumes of smoke were seen near the offices of Iran's supreme leader.
In an address posted to Truth Social, President Trump confirmed U.S. involvement, saying major combat operations are underway, and the objective is to defend Americans by eliminating, quote, imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The United States has built up a massive military presence in the Middle East over the past few weeks as the president has pressured Iran to abandon its nuclear program.
This morning, Iran state television says it has launched a counterattack on U.S. bases across the Middle East. Israel is on high.
My administration has taken every possible.
Overnight,
The United States has carried out large-scale military strikes on Iran, hitting key military bases, air defense systems, radar stations, and strategic command centers across multiple locations. U.S. warships in the region fired cruise missiles, while fighter jets launched precision airstrikes, creating one of the most serious escalations between Washington and Tehran in decades. Explosions were reported across several cities as Iran's air defense systems activated. Emergency sirens rang out, and airspace across the region was immediately shut down. Pentagon officials say the operation was targeted, controlled, and defensive, aimed at crippling Iran's military response capability and sending a powerful warning. Within hours, Iran placed all armed forces on maximum alert, mobilized missile units, naval fleets, and air defense batteries, and warned that any further aggression will trigger a direct and powerful retaliation. Military bases across the region have gone into full lockdown, while commercial flights are being diverted and shipping routes through strategic waterways are being closely monitored. Global markets reacted instantly.
Iran has launched missiles targeting the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, following U.S.-Israeli attacks on the country.
Missile threat warning. A closet shelter immediately.
A short time ago, the United
oil ETF. Yeah. There's some oil ETFs. Trading view. I'll do all of that later. But there's a way to make money off this shit. I promise you there is. I'm probably just not asking the right question right now.
Here is everything we know so far about what is now being dubbed Operation Epic Fury. This was a joint operation between the United States and Israel. Donald Trump, as soon as these strikes had taken place, took to Truth Social with an 8-minute-long video. In it, he said that the United States had undertaken a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America. He then told the Revolutionary Guards to lay down their arms, saying, quote, "You'll be treated fairly with total immunity, or you'll have to face certain death." He told the citizens of Iran that, quote, "the hour of your freedom is at hand," and urged them to take back their government. Then heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, who said that this was done to eliminate the threat posed by that regime, and then he also urged the citizens of Iran to topple their government. Officials say that this will be a multi-day operation, with Israel focusing on military target launchers, with the U.S. role more expansive and more strategic, targeting senior leadership nods, fortified underground facilities, and high-value military targets. Those things could include the Navy, something that Donald Trump mentioned during his speech. At this time, we know that Iran is firing missiles into Israel, roughly about 30 to 70 ballistic missiles is what's being reported right now. This is also a current photo from Flight Radar, which we could see Iran, Iraq, Syria having no planes. And this one right here, I think its transponders off, but going this way, it's a clear path back and forth. Zooming in, we can see 2 aircraft here that are American. These are Stratotankers, more than likely fueling up aircraft in the sky. These aircraft are more than likely trying to shoot down the targets that are coming towards Israel. Do not have any confirmations yet on any major deaths referring to senior leadership inside of Iran, but there are some rumors starting to come in. We do know that the president of Iran was not there when this attack took place, even though they did this attack near where he usually is. We're also getting reports that the supreme leader himself is alive and safe. He was also removed prior to these strikes. We are hearing, though, from senior Iranian officials that state there'll be no red lines to the regime's response to the Israeli and U.S. strikes. At this very moment, there are reports of sirens and shelter-in-place alerts being put out in certain areas where there are U.S. bases, such as Qatar and the UAE. And at this very second, we're getting reports that there may have been some explosions by a U.S. base in Bahrain. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on all of this throughout the morning, so please do share my videos and follow me for more. Here is everything we know so far about what is now being dubbed Operation Epic Fury. This was a joint operation between the United States and Israel. Donald Trump, as soon as these strikes had taken place, took to Truth Social with an 8-minute-long video. In it, he said that the United States had undertaken a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America. He then told the Revolutionary Guards to lay down their arms, saying, quote, "You'll be treated fairly with total immunity, or you'll have to face certain death." He told the citizens of Iran that, quote, "the hour of your freedom is at hand," and urged them to take back their government. Then heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, who said that this was done to eliminate the threat posed by that regime, and then he also urged the citizens of Iran to topple their government. Officials say that this will be a multi-day operation, with Israel focusing on military target launchers, with the U.S. role more expansive and more strategic, targeting senior leadership nods, fortified underground facilities, and high-value military targets. Those things could include the Navy, something that Donald Trump mentioned during his speech. At this time, we know that Iran is firing missiles into Israel, roughly about 30 to 70 ballistic missiles is what's being reported right now. This is also a current photo from Flight Radar, which we could see Iran, Iraq, Syria having no planes. And this one right here, I think its transponders off, but going this way, it's a clear path back and forth. Zooming in, we can see 2 aircraft here that are American. These are Stratotankers, more than likely fueling up aircraft in the sky. These aircraft are more than likely trying to shoot down the targets that are coming towards Israel. Do not have any confirmations yet on any major deaths referring to senior leadership inside of Iran, but there are some rumors starting to come in. We do know that the president of Iran was not there when this attack took place, even though they did this attack near where he usually is. We're also getting reports that the supreme leader himself is alive and safe. He was also removed prior to these strikes. We are hearing, though, from senior Iranian officials that state there'll be no red lines to the regime's response to the Israeli and U.S. strikes. At this very moment, there are reports of sirens and shelter-in-place alerts being put out in certain areas where there are U.S. bases, such as Qatar and the UAE. And at this very second, we're getting reports that there may have been some explosions by a U.S. base in Bahrain. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on all of this throughout the morning, so please do share my videos and follow me for more. Here is everything we know so far about what is now being dubbed Operation Epic Fury. This was a joint operation between the United States and Israel. Donald Trump, as soon as these strikes had taken place, took to Truth Social with an 8-minute long video. In it, he said that the United States had undertaken a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America. He then told the Revolutionary Guards to lay down their arms, saying, quote, "You'll be treated fairly with total immunity, or you'll have to face certain death." He told the citizens of Iran that, quote, "the hour of your freedom is at hand," and urged them to take back their government. Then heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, who said that this was done to eliminate the threat posed by that regime, and then he also urged the citizens of Iran to topple their government. Officials say that this will be a multi-day operation, with Israel focusing on military target launchers, with the U.S. role more expansive and more strategic, targeting senior leadership nods, fortified underground facilities, and high-value military targets. Those things could include the Navy, something that Donald Trump mentioned during his speech. At this time, we know that Iran is firing missiles into Israel. Roughly about 30 to 70 ballistic missiles is what's being reported right now. This is also a current photo from Flight Radar, which we could see Iran, Iraq, Syria having no planes. And this one right here, I think its transponders off, but going this way, it's a clear path back and forth. Zooming in, we could see 2 aircraft here that are American. These are Stratotankers, more than likely fueling up aircraft in the sky. These aircraft are more than likely trying to shoot down the targets that are coming towards Israel. Do not have any confirmations yet on any major deaths referring to senior leadership inside of Iran, but there are some rumors starting to come in. We do know that the president of Iran was not there when this attack took place, even though they did this attack near where he usually is. We're also getting reports that the supreme leader himself is alive and safe. He was also removed prior to these strikes. We are hearing, though, from senior Iranian officials that state there'll be no red lines to the regime's response to the Israeli and U.S. strikes. At this very moment, there are reports of sirens and shelter-in-place alerts being put out in certain areas where there are U.S. bases, such as Qatar and the UAE. And at this very second, we're getting reports that there may have been some explosions by a U.S. base in Bahrain. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on all of this throughout the morning, so please do share my videos and follow me for more. Here is everything we know so far about what is now being dubbed Operation Epic Fury. This was a joint operation between the United States and Israel. Donald Trump, as soon as these strikes had taken place, took to Truth Social with an 8-minute long video. In it, he said that the United States had undertaken a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America. He then told the Revolutionary Guards,
What would happen?
This morning,
What would happen?
So the U.S. just bombed Iran, and Iran just so happens to be the world's 3rd largest oil reserve holder, sitting at around 12% of the world's global supply. That's around, like, give or take $15 trillion, and the U.S. also just happens to have major oil partnerships in Iraq. And guess where Iraq is right beside? That's right, Iran. Iraq is right beside Iran, and major oil companies are going to be
That's what I needed to look up. See, that's the piece of the puzzle I was missing. There you go, guys. That's what you need to know. Chevron, BP, Total Energies, Exxon. Okay. And mind you, Chevron was one of the ones that, by him taking over Venezuela, Chevron was one of the ones that, so Chevron's about to be a big stock this year. Chevron, keep your eyes on them. You see it. You see it. Vanguard. Okay. I've been hearing a lot about BlackRock in the media, so I think BlackRock may just have okay. That shares global energy. Said that. The no, it didn't. Okay. Alright, Larry Fink, let's see what you got going. This one. Okay. Pulled up TradingView just to see what these shits was talking about. Exxon Mobil. Let's see. Alright. So I'm finna show y'all a little something. So, alright, this candle represents one day because I have it on the day, the daily time frame, right? I have it on the daily time frame because I'm gonna go back days and I'm gonna mark out the past 2 weeks. right? I'm gonna use this little vertical line that I have here to mark out the last 2 weeks. So this bar, this candle right here, that's today. That's the movement. That's the movement that it's made all day today, right there. This one little candle right here. If you know traded or anything like that, if you've done your research, you'll understand what a candle is. I'm not about to get into all that right now. I get long-winded and off topic, but that just mind you, that's a day's worth of movement. Do your research. 2 weeks from today was the 14th. So let's go back to the 14th. So we'll go to the 13th and then just skip to the 17th. I don't know why I do that, but boom. We'll do the 13th. Boom. Oh, that's because it's Friday. Yeah. 13th. 2 weeks from now would be the 30th of January. Make sure I got this. 30th of January. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna go out on to the 4 hour. See the movement that it's been given. It's making higher lows. Let's see. Swings from that 30th. 16th. I'm gonna put another line right there. Oh. Alright. We're making higher lows. What higher lows are is it's a pattern. So when you look into this for real, and you see like things moving, so it started low here, started making a move up, boom, it's going up, stops there, boom. I just like marking all of these out just so I can see like a full picture. Drop down a little, boom. Kept running. And what these are for me are key levels. Key levels. Meaning these are levels that the market respected. And all the market is just consumer psychology. So like you and me every day just in the market buying things, making the price go up, down, everything. It's just consumer psychology. I could go deeper into all of that. I really should. I don't feel like I'm doing my best. So really, most traders, they probably wouldn't put all of this on their screen. You feel me? They probably just put a few key levels and then just keep it at that. Me, I just do it this way because my time in trading, I didn't see like the candles respect the tiniest of like key levels. Like most things that people wouldn't even mark out because they're like, oh, well, this one is it's really too close to this one, and if this one respects this one, it's gonna respect it. You feel me? I didn't see it like respect like crazy shit. Like I'll probably come back through and like clean all, because I really don't keep all of these, but like you feel me? I like seeing just like the key levels just so I know, okay, it's definitely gonna respect this, right? I can move this, I can delete this one. I know I can. Right? I believe it like I done seen it respect shit like this. levels like this. So I'm gonna keep it right there. And it looks like it's about to top about right here. I can do some more research into that later, but
over Iran and just
we're gonna go back into the video.
every single drop of oil for the U.S. so they could profit off this. Like, there is no other reason for this war. They just want to make a fuck ton of money. So yeah, that's why the U.S. is probably likely to take over Iran and liberate the country of its, I don't know, war, I guess, or whatever. So the U.S. just bombed Iran, and Iran just so happens to be the world's third largest oil reserve holder, sitting at around 12% of the world's global supply. That's around, like, give or take $15 trillion. And the U.S. also just happens to have major oil partnerships in Iraq. And guess where Iraq is right beside? That's right, Iran. Iraq is right beside Iran, and major oil companies are going to be taking over Iran and just pumping out every single drop of oil for the U.S. so they could profit off this. But there is no other reason for this war. They just want to make a fuck ton of money. So yeah, that's why the U.S. is probably likely to take over Iran and liberate the country of its, I don't know, war, I guess, or whatever. So the U.S. just bombed Iran, and Iran just so happens to be the world's third largest.
We noted Iran launching retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases in the region. What more do we know about that? And
we're following breaking news out of Iran that continues.
I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. If ever we were at war, this is the president I want in office. Here we are today, listening to the breaking news.
A short time ago, the United States military.
Off the Greek island of Crete, the USS Gerald R. Ford said
Donald Trump drags the United States into war with Iran, and we may have already suffered major casualties. Now, this morning, the United States woke up to war with Iran, something the President of Peace has been threatening for some time. Now, so far, it has been limited to airstrikes with no troops on the ground, but Iran has retaliated, and they've already hit a major target, with the government of Bahrain confirming that the U.S. Naval Fifth Fleet headquarters has been hit by a ballistic missile. Now, so far, no casualties have been reported, and we hope and pray everybody is safe, but this is a big deal. That is the command center for all major naval operations within the Persian Gulf. Now, Donald Trump has been threatening this for some time, after he told the American people he obliterated Iran's nuclear program. He said that to report otherwise would be fake news. Now we're going to war over that same program. And what is the end goal? If we're only going to conduct strikes, we are going to leave a vacuum if we are successful in taking out the government. And who knows what we get next and at what cost. Stay tuned. Donald Trump drags the United States.
Massive fucking news, no, historic fucking news. The USA and Iran are at war. It happened. My name is Hunter Howell. Here's the objective news. So, President Trump came out last night and word for word said the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost after the USA and Israel bombed the hell out of Iran, which, by the way, elementary school in Minhab, southern Iran, got bombed today. 40 girls died. 40 girls died in just this one bombing. Real quick, you need to comment show, or in the comments comment link, and then check your DMs. And fucking, I'm not gonna ask anymore. Fucking subscribe to my show, damn it. Iran then bombed USA bases in Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan. Iran has responded. This is nothing like Operation Midnight Hammer in 2025. Iran is blowing up American bases now. I've seen the footage, okay? Ballistic missiles have been used by Iran to blow up United States air bases today. I saw some comments recently of people saying, oh, Hunter, you were wrong when you predicted that the USA and Iran were going to go to war. No, I was just early. So your apology form can start now. Because fuck you. I was trying to warn y'all. And now it's here. I'll come out with more news later. Obviously, there's some things I'm sure I'm going to miss because these are one of the days where decades worth of history happens in a day. And I'm just one guy. I'm not going to be able to cover everything, but I will continue reporting hourly updates, sending you my love. Make sure to comment link or show Check your DMs, comment anything you want, repost, share with everyone you know. And I'll report more news in about 1 hour. Massive fucking news, no, historic fucking news.
So the US declared war against Iran a few hours ago, and since then there's been many different updates. So here's everything that's happened in the past hour. First, Iran hit a missile strike.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him come with all that energy because I am not. Shit. If that take me forever to get subscribers or whatever on Twitch, YouTube, whatever, fuck it. Because I'm not doing it.
A US Navy base in Bahrain, which was fully caught on camera. So far, we don't know if there were any casualties, just that it was a guaranteed hit. The Iranian Chief of Justice has been fully taken out after he got hit with multiple strikes. We also have Iran striking back, targeting not only Israel, but many other Gulf countries, such as Dubai, UAE, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. All of these countries are on high alert, with even the UAE planning on striking back. Now, during this time, Iran was also being hit with a massive cyber attack, cutting out multiple news broadcasts and spreading mass chaos. Now, it hasn't fully been escalated to a world war just yet, but that also depends on how other nations, such as China and Russia, react. And on top of this whole catastrophe, you also have another war happening with Pakistan and Afghanistan. So major fights are kind of happening.
Iran has made some serious moves to defend itself, as they strongly believe that a US attack is imminent and inevitable. They've positioned ballistic missile launchers along their southern border on the Persian Gulf, ready to strike the American military bases in the region and the warships lingering nearby. And they've also positioned many of these ballistic missile launchers along their western border, close enough to strike Israel, as it's very likely that Israel will be part of any eventual US attack. And aside from this, they've also made preparations should their key leadership, including the supreme leader, are killed in a US decapitation strike. Khamenei has reportedly delegated responsibilities to a close circle of confidence should he be killed. And among this group is an unnamed former Revolutionary Guard Corps commander who will run the country in the short run and whose main goal is to ensure the survival of the state. And he's also named 3 candidates to replace him as supreme leader in the long term, whose identities for obvious reasons remain a closely guarded secret. Based on this evidence, many experts say that it seems that Khamenei is expecting to be a martyr should this war break out. And so he is distributing power and preparing the state to ensure it survives even if the leadership doesn't. This is a developing story, and I'll be doing more explainers and analysis on this topic in the coming days, so follow to stay informed of the latest. Iran has made some serious moves to defend itself, as they strongly believe that
USA and Iran, what's new with you? The war started. Wait, what? We started bombing Iran and Trump said that we're dropping more bombs and it's a huge military operation. The war started without Congress? Yeah, which is kind of messed up. Even Representative Thomas Massie said that those acts of war are unauthorized by Congress. So how are you doing this? Well, Trump is calling this a military operation. An operation, you and Israel dropped bombs on several of my cities. In Iran, what happened in you? There were actually strikes near our Supreme Leader's office. But what happened to him? Well, so far we said that he was safe. And now we're attacking Israel. And after that, Trump posted an 8-minute video confirming that the US is involved and that American lives might be lost in this. He even told Iranians to stay inside because there will be a lot of bombs happening. He kept blaming this on Iran trying to build a nuclear weapon. So you're gonna be bombing the whole country now? Well, he said that he wants to get rid of Iran's leadership. So you want to control me too, like you controlled Venezuela? Well, you killed protesters. But you want me to believe that if you took over me, you'll be nice to my citizens? Well, Trump said that it's their chance for freedom. Yeah, the magic word. Freedom. USA and Iran, what's new?
War with Iran has begun. That is the reality many Americans are waking up to this Saturday morning. Here is everything we know. Shortly after 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Trump posted a video on Truth Social announcing Operation Epic Fury, done in coordination with
Looking for entertainment.
Tried FTMO, Top Step, or Apex and didn't unlock a payout? What if we passed the challenge for you, managed the account, and you didn't pay us a single?
Former President Bill Clinton made history yesterday as he testified before Congress over ties to convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. In a written copy of his opening statement, Clinton said, quote, "I saw nothing and did nothing wrong," end quote. The Justice Department's Epstein files show Clinton posing with young women and convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. The former president did not talk to reporters after testifying. House Oversight Committee Chair, Kentucky Congressman James Comer, did call his deposition, quote, "productive." Transcripts of both Bill and Hillary Clinton's depositions will be available as early as next week.
For the cause.
But I love y'all. You look really good, man. Sexy ladies, everything, man.
So much love. Okay, real quick before we go to break.
I almost got carried away.
All right, y'all. Godfrey drops bombs on his Nigerian co-host about.
Nobody's covered this yet. Look at this. That's his reactions.
All right, y'all. Godfrey drops bombs on his Nigerian co-host about Black American history. Let's get into this, man. I, for one, personally, I love learning about Black American history because I'm Black, I'm American, and I like history.
The Civil Rights Bill is the reason why our parents got to come over here.
Facts.
Boom. 1964, Lyndon Baines Johnson had to sign that Civil Rights Bill. You know, Martin Luther King is sitting right next to him.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that is the reason why Koreans can come here.
Yep.
Koreans, Indians, Arabs, Nigerians. It's because of the Civil Rights Bill.
And guys, another thing I want to tell y'all, because of the Civil Rights Bill, that's when you see the majority of Black people switch from voting Republican to Democrat. And before that, Black people had been loyal to the Republican Party because of the 1866 Civil Rights Act. So in other words, when y'all hear Black conservatives say that Black people
we found this kind of like magical moment that could create a win-win-win
And the way we analogize it.
What's up, you guys? It's Graham here. And if you have any money in the markets whatsoever, you're going to want to hear this. Apparently, the stock market is going to peak in October of 2026. And then shortly after that, we're going to see a 40% decline. Unemployment is going to rise above 10%. Trillions of wealth is going to be wiped out in less than 2 years. And all of those safe mortgages will finally start falling into foreclosure. How? Well, Citrini Research just revealed what they believe is a realistic warning for our economy over these next few years. And I have to say, it is shocking. Not just because it sounds dramatic, but because the logic is incredibly convincing. That's why we need to talk about exactly what's happening, why some of the smartest people in the world believe that this has already begun to play out, how you could prepare today, and whether or not this is something to be worried about. Because I gotta say, the real risk isn't the market crash we see coming, it's that pressure builds quietly beneath the surface that nobody realizes until eventually something breaks. Although before we start, if you appreciate videos like this where I've spent the entire day reading through dozens of articles like this, it would mean the world to me if you hit the like button or subscribed if you haven't done that already. Yes, this is probably my 900th time asking and I am tired of it too, but it does continue to help out the YouTube algorithm, and as a thank you for doing that, as promised, here's a picture of an ant. So thanks so much, and also a big thank you to Gemini for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. Alright, so to bring you up to speed, all of this starts with the most controversial article that I have ever discussed, appropriately titled, The 2028 Global Intelligence Crisis. Look, it's no surprise, so far, AI has helped push the stock market higher. Without it, we might already be in a recession, and it's been one of the biggest drivers of growth across the entire economy. But what if we're wrong? What if it's all smoke and mirrors, designed to look good on paper, while quietly extracting the wealth of everyday Americans? Well, that's the entire theory behind this paper, and it's quite... and it's quite interesting. The theory is that
Alright, we're back.
That AI continues getting insanely good and extremely proficient. All of a sudden, companies use it to replace their white-collar workers, like consultants, financial analysts, software engineers, the people who make up 50% of US employment and drive about 75% of all discretionary spending. So what happens next? Well, those workers lose their jobs or see massive pay cuts. They stop spending money. Businesses see revenue decline. This causes companies to invest even more in AI to cut their costs further. More layoffs repeat. We see less spending from workers, and then it just spirals. So in terms of how this plays out, and whether or not this could actually happen in the next few years, Citrini breaks it down into 5 phases, with the first being the software collapse. At this point, AI coding gets so incredibly good that a single developer could replicate a mid-market SaaS product in weeks. So when a business is renewing a $500,000 annual software package, will start to ask themselves, what if we just built this ourselves to save the money? This is going to start becoming even more apparent when we see phase 2, zero friction. Pretty soon, AI agents will be able to handle everything. I'm talking shopping, insurance renewals, travel booking, tax prep, financial advice, even real estate transactions. From that point onwards, commissions will be reduced from 2.5% down to under 1%, and agents will start routing payments through stablecoins instead of credit cards. After all, why would a machine pay a 2 to 3% interchange fee when they could settle the transaction in seconds for a fraction of a penny? This leads to phase 3, the doom spiral. This, unfortunately, according to them, is where things get really ugly, because displaced white-collar workers don't just disappear. Instead, the Salesforce manager making $180,000 loses his job and starts working for Uber at $45,000. From there, multiply that by hundreds of thousands of workers, and all of a sudden, you have a flood of highly qualified people entering the jobs market, competing with one another.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Pushing down wages for everybody. Like, keep in mind, the top 10% of earners drive more than 50% of all consumer spending in the US. So when those people lose their jobs or see a 50% haircut in income, spending drops dramatically. That's why in Q2 of 2027, in this scenario, we are in a full-blown recession. And this means we'll see phase 4, a private credit collapse. Now, for anyone who's not been following this, more than $2.5 trillion has been invested in software priced at valuations that assume that revenue never goes down. Like, take Zendesk as an example. It was taken private for $10.2 billion, backed by a $5 billion loan. However, once AI started replicating customer service without any humans, their entire business model started becoming obsolete. However, there is a bit of a twist. These companies didn't raise money from private investors. Instead, they bought life insurance companies to fund their deals. So this impacts everyday retirement accounts, annuities, pensions, you name it, all wrapped their money into these deals that are now under pressure. And if that continues and worsens, we'll finally see phase 5. The mortgage market starts to crack. The fact is, when white-collar workers see a reduction of income or lose their job, they scale back. If they have to sell their home, and everyone has to sell at the exact same time, home prices begin to fall. If they owe more on them.
You know what I'm thinking? The government knew AI was out, right? And these companies been big. One of the ones that he just mentioned, Zendesk. It got you thinking, like, if they knew they were about to release this, that was about to destroy this whole market, and they took out billion-dollar deals. They took out billion-dollar deals, and they knew they took out billion-dollar deals with the life insurance companies. Didn't they know that sooner or later somebody was gonna have to, like... Didn't they know sooner or later somebody was gonna have to bail somebody out? Because you're destroying a whole market. So it's almost like, I don't know, like somebody could have probably used it as a pawn piece or something. I don't know.
Then what the home is worth, they end up going into foreclosure if they're not able to bridge the gap. And if that sounds crazy, here's a line that really stuck out to me. In 2008, the loans were bad on day one. In 2028, the loans were good on day one. The world just changed after the loans were written. Anyway, this scenario ends with the S&P 500 falling 38% to roughly 3,500, a level that we've not seen since before ChatGPT launched. Home prices fall in all major metros, and the scariest part is that some of the world's smartest people already believe that some of this has begun to happen today. So in terms of what this means for you and how this might realistically play out, here's what you came for. Although before we go into that, I gotta say it's worth zooming out and taking a look at what's happening throughout the markets. Because it doesn't
what's
work in a
up?
straight line anymore. On top of that, your cash is losing purchasing power. Prices are going up. And if you don't take steps to get ahead of this, you're gonna fall behind. That's why I think everyone should at least be trying to optimize and want to secure. I could build case percent on every plus XR loan. The card now last day also sold Bitcoin, filling cash gram with this entire doomsday scenario. So much, and now let's get back to the video. All right, now before we go over the counter arguments to this entire doomsday scenario and what you could do about it, I want to be fair because there are real data points today that suggest that all of this could actually be happening. For example, the CEO of Anthropic just went on record as saying that AI could wipe out nearly half of all entry-level white-collar jobs. Ford believes that employment will
So my second time hearing
Salesforce's
Anthropic.
CEO claimed that AI is already performing up to 50% of the company's workload, and JP Morgan managers have literally been told to avoid hiring people as the firm deploys AI across its businesses. Not to mention, Microsoft's AI chief says he gives it 18 months for all white-collar work to be automated. Now, yes, this does sound a bit extreme, but when the head of AI at one of the world's most valuable companies in the world says this, it's worth paying attention to. Now, in addition to that, in terms of the actual data,
That means a whole lot of those white collar workers is gonna have to come over to blue collar, get their hands dirty a little bit. That's crazy. I don't know if they gonna like that because they got some powerful mugs in there. Shit. In the white collar jobs, they know people. So I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna go.
entry-level hiring has already dropped 13%. Goldman Sachs estimates that 6 to 7% of US workers could lose their jobs because of AI. And in 2025 alone, nearly 55,000 job cuts were directly attributed to automation, not including the 5 million white-collar jobs facing what Microsoft calls extinction. Separately, the private credit risk is also very real. Shadow defaults are rising, and none of this has been stress tested in a market that doesn't constantly grow. However, it is important to keep in mind that a compelling narrative is not the same thing as an accurate prediction. And despite everything that we've just covered, there's another scenario that says the exact opposite is going to happen.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Oh, it's my YouTube
Hello,
Premium.
my name is Adam Ferrari.
And in fact, we are going to see instead infinite abundance. So here's the thing, within a few hours of that article going live, a counterpiece was published called the 2028 Global Intelligence Boom, which was in the exact same format, but with the completely opposite conclusion. And when I went through it, they made some very interesting points. First, the Doomsday article assumes that every domino falls exactly in the right way without any adaptive response whatsoever. And throughout history, this just hasn't been true. In fact, we could prove it because similar predictions have been made throughout history. And so far, they've been incorrect. For example, in 1964, a group of experts told President Johnson that automation would create permanent mass unemployment. Congress literally created a national commission to study it. And as you would guess, they found that technology eliminates jobs, not work. Unemployment at that time was 5.5%, and by the late 1960s, it had fallen to the 4% range. So it literally created more jobs, not less. Then, of course, we have the dot-com era. The internet was supposed to dismantle everything, and to a certain degree, they were right. Travel agent deployment did fall 70%. Newspaper ad revenue dropped 80%. But the timeline was 15 to 25 years, not 2 to 3 years. From there, we could also look at crypto in 2021. It was supposed to replace money, banks. Instead, banks just ended up adopting it. From my perspective, the pattern is always the same. A technology shows up, and then all of a sudden narratives run wild. All of these models just assume that nobody adapts, nobody competes, and nobody innovates. People just lose their jobs and sit back and do nothing. Instead, history shows that yes, some areas completely wiped out, but it's usually not overnight and it takes a lot longer than people expect. The second, and this is a big point that they brought up, is that when AI makes something cheaper, the money doesn't disappear. It usually goes back to consumers. For instance, the average American household spends about $18,000 to $12,000 a year on services whose value is basically just navigating complexity. If AI is able to lower those costs by 40 to 70%, all of a sudden, That's a $4,000 to $7,000 raise for the average person, tax-free, without doing anything else on their end. Third, the Citrini piece also assumes that people just lose their jobs and then do nothing, and doesn't account for the people who then use the AI to create even bigger or better opportunity. Like, from my perspective, the cost of starting a business has already fallen about 70 to 90%. Like, you today could go and create an e-commerce business or anything that you could think of for practically free. And fourth, when you actually go and look at the data, mass unemployments aren't quite happening. Like, even a Yale budget study found that there's been no meaningful rise in unemployment across AI-exposed occupations. And finally, fifth, Sam Altman said it himself, that a lot of the layoffs attributed to AI are simply AI washing, or basically companies are blaming AI for layoffs that would have occurred anyway, and AI is simply the scapegoat to make it sound more legitimate. That's why, in terms of what I think and what you could actually do about this, here's what you came for. Personally, this piece is one of the most thought-provoking articles that I have read in a very long time, but it also assumes that every single if-then, then-that scenario happens in the exact right order for perfect doomsday without any intervention whatsoever, which historically is pretty unlikely. The fact is, people adapt, markets adjust, the government steps in, and new industries are created that we haven't even thought about yet. So in terms of what the average person could actually do about this, here's what I think. 1, diversify your income. If 100% of your income is derived from white-collar work that involves repetitive tasks, most likely you should be looking for something additional beyond that. Today, not tomorrow. Because the fact is, if you begin to use and leverage AI, make it work for you. Otherwise, it's going to be competition. 2, learn the tools. The people who will do best in this transition are going to be using AI to their advantage. And the people who ignore it are going to be the ones that fall behind and later have to do it because they have no other choice. Plus, I gotta say, there are so many resources out there to get started for free, and I'll link a few of them down below in the description as a nice gesture that you can just watch these things and you're good. 3, keep investing. For myself, I literally buy every single morning before I even get out of bed. I check the markets, I dollar cost average. It's become a part of my routine at this point. On top of that, so far, the market has survived every technological revolution, every recession, every crisis in history. Just stay out of margin and don't over leverage yourself or make stupid, risky bets going all in on like one thing. Don't do that. Instead, you should really just diversify across as many different sectors as possible and invest money that you preferably don't need for at least the next 5 to 7 years. 4, build an emergency fund. Yes, I know, I mention this every single video. You don't think I'm sick of it too. It's just the thing is, like, it makes the most sense. Save up 6 months of emergency funds at all times that you could rely on if you absolutely need to. There's no reason not to do this, and I'll just keep saying it until eventually I don't need to say it anymore, but I still need to say it because I guarantee someone's watching out there who hasn't done this yet. Please do it. Finally, 5, don't panic. Yes, the S&P 500 is near all-time highs. The economy is still growing. Unemployment is still low. Selling everything all-time highs. The economy is still growing.
This is why I never sign off on the likeness portion of job applications. This dude just trying to do his job. He tired. And they know it. That's why they posted this up here. I wonder if he knows he's up here.
Unemployment is still low. Selling everything because you read a scary article has been the wrong moment to sell so far every single time in history. This has been the case in 1987, 2001, 2008, 2020. These ended up being years of insane profits. On top of that, the Citrini piece ends with, the canary is still alive. And I think that's exactly right. In this case, our job is to pay attention to what's going on, and then you can make a plan for a better move ahead of time. Like hitting the like button.
I'm going to reveal the only 5 to 7 stocks that I believe you should trade options on. Hi, my name is Mike Shore, and I'm going to...
The gold seal of regulatory compliance has become a velvet curtain hiding the real exit ramp. Now, you've been told that being ISO 20022 compliant is the finish line. It isn't. It is the bare minimum for the entry. Now, if a token merely speaks the language of the banks, but has no actual business inside the vault, it is a ghost. In early 2026, the market has split. On one side, you have compliant lists shared on social media, and on the other, you have trillions of dollars moving through the Canton network, a private, high-speed rail for the global elite. This data reveals the massive disconnect between the hype of compliance and the reality of cash flow. While dozens of tokens claim the ISO 20022 standard, only a handful actually show revenue from institutional traffic. This visual proves that speaking the language doesn't mean that you have a seat at the table. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan weren't waiting for public ledgers to solve their privacy issues. They built their own. The Canton Network is now moving $6 trillion in tokenized real-world assets. It is the, a Vatican of finance, sovereign, private, and closed to the public. If your ISO token isn't acting as a bridge to this ecosystem, it is just background noise. The Canton Network allows regulated institutions to realize the benefits of blockchain technology while maintaining the privacy and control that they require for their business, effectively creating a network of networks where data remains sovereign. This is the moment that your strategy must shift. You must stop looking at who is ready and start looking at who is useful. Now, the big banks, they use private silos because they hate transparency. They needed a way to move money between these silos without showing their entire hand to the world. They need a neutral ground. This comparison map shows the financial landscape as two distinct layers. Think of Canton as the private corporate intranet where the heavy lifting happens. XRP and HBAR, they are acting more like the public internet, the essential bridge that allows these private silos to exchange value globally. This is the filter of utility. If your asset, it doesn't have a data remains sovereign. This is the moment that your strategy must shift. Private and closed to the public. If your ISO token isn't acting as a bridge to this ecosystem, it is just background noise. The Canton Network allows regulated institutions to realize the benefits of blockchain technology while maintaining the privacy and control that they require for their business, effectively creating a network of networks where data remains sovereign. This is the moment that your strategy must shift. You must stop looking at who is ready and start looking at who is useful. And the big banks, they use private silos because they hate transparency. They needed a way to move money between these silos without showing their entire hand to the world. They need a neutral ground. This comparison map shows the financial landscape as two distinct layers. Think of Canton as the private corporate intranet where the heavy lifting happens. XRP and HBAR, they are acting more like the public internet, the essential bridge that allows these private silos to exchange value globally. This is the filter of utility. If your asset, it doesn't have a specific job as a translator between these private giants, then it is going to face the risk of being left in the cold. Now, we aren't just betting on a digital currency anymore, we are betting on the specific plumbing of a $6 trillion institutional machine. To beat the house, you have to understand why the house built its own private entrance. For years, the narrative was that banks would eventually settle on public chains like Ethereum or XRP. But in 2026, the blueprint has changed. The Canton Network has emerged not as another public ledger, but as a private, high-fidelity infrastructure designed to keep the world's most sensitive data behind a digital iron curtain. It is the intranet for the 1%, where institutions now can synchronize assets without ever exposing their proprietary trade strategies to the prying eyes of the public. This visual maps the $6 trillion shadow currently moving through the Canton Network. It highlights the massive institutional throughput from giants like Broadridge, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan. By visualizing this scale, it becomes clear that the heavy lifting of global finance is already happening in a private ecosystem, far removed from retail-centric blockchains. Privacy is the primary product here. On a public blockchain, every state transition is visible to every validator. This is a reality that does violate the most basic banking secrecy laws. Now, Canton solves this through its sync domains, ensuring that data is distributed only on a need-to-know basis. This allows a digital bond on one application and a cash payment on another to be composed into a single atomic transaction, guaranteeing simultaneous exchange without the super validators ever seeing the underlying details. By separating the logic of a contract from the ledger itself, Canton ensures that only the parties to a transaction have access to the sensitive trade data, providing the specific privacy safeguards that global banks demand before moving trillions onto a shared infrastructure. This architecture has enabled a reconciliation-free environment where operational risk is virtually eliminated. Now, we are seeing over $300 billion in daily repo transactions settled on this network, proving that the big banks aren't just testing the waters, they have moved the ocean. Now, they are using Canton to cannibalize functions like collateral mobility and treasury settlement, tasks that were once the promised land for legacy crypto tokens. This blueprint, it explains how Canton's sync domains keep trade data hidden. It shows the flow of transactions where business logic is separated from the ledger, allowing institutions to remain totally confidential while remaining interoperable with other private silos. This is the technical moat that keeps the elite's data secure. This is why the intranet model is winning the institutional race. While public ledgers struggle with regulatory clarity and data leaks, Canton has built a sovereign vault for the $350 billion in daily repo trades that keep the global economy's heart beating. Understanding this technical moat is the only way to see which public assets have a future as the connective tissue and which are simply being replaced by a superior private architecture. Now, this raises a question for you. Which side of this trade are you actually on? Let me know in the comments below.
How many prop firm challenges have you failed? 5, 8, 12, and how much money did that cost you? That's why we structured our model differently. Rule number 1.
The biggest threat to your portfolio isn't the technology that replaces your assets. It's the technology that makes them indispensable. Now, if Canton is the private vault where banks store their gold, they still need a public road to move it between the vaults of their competitors. And this is the bridge asset reality. XRP and HBAR are not competing with the Canton network. They are probably its most necessary partners. See, Canton is a walled garden. It works perfectly for internal bank trades. But the moment that value needs to leave that garden and enter the global market, it needs a neutral translator. This math-based projection shows the spillover effect. Even if Canton Network only spills 1% of its $6 trillion daily volume onto public rails for cross-border liquidity, that, or at least the required velocity per token I should say, would create a massive price floor. Now, this is why hitting your 1,000 or 5,000 XRP milestones acts as a psychological anchor for this new utility era. This isn't just a theory. The architecture of the financial system in 2026 requires layers. You have the private layer for settlement and the public layer for liquidity. Now, banks will never put their internal trade data on a public ledger, but they also won't trust a competitor's private ledger to be the global middleman. They need a neutral, decentralized bridge that nobody else owns. Now, if you want to track these bridge flows in real time, then our free Discord serves as the intelligence hub for active decision making. There's a link in the description down below. Consider this an open invite. I have always said that there will be many different ledgers serving different purposes, and XRP is uniquely positioned to be the neutral bridge asset that provides liquidity between these silos without requiring banks to trust their competitors' private systems. This same logic applies to Hedera. While Canton focuses on private intranet of banking, Hedera's governing council, filled with names like Google and Dell, provides the public internet of trust. Now this hash sphere strategy, it allows Hedera to actually act as the legal and technical audit trail that connects these private banking silos to the rest of the world. It provides the external proof that regulators demand when assets move out of private vaults and into the public domain. This visual maps the relationship between Hedera's governing council and the Canton network. It shows how the council model provides the regulatory stability that banks demand, while the ABFT security ensures that the public data used to bridge these silos remains immutable. Now this proves that HBAR is not a competitor to Canton, but its essential public-facing anchor. You have to stop viewing this as a winner, but immutable provides its governing council and the Canton network. It shows how the council model provides the regulatory stability that banks demand, while the ABFT security ensures that the public data used to bridge these silos remains immutable. Now this proves that HBAR is not a competitor to Canton, but its essential public-facing anchor. You have to stop viewing this as a winner-take-all fight as well. The survivors are the assets that solve the silo problem. So if you hold, let's say, 5,000 HBAR or XRP today, you aren't just holding a coin, you are holding a key to that bridge. Now, as Canton's institutional gravity grows, the demand for these public bridges, it does not disappear, it intensifies. Now, your role is to ensure that your bags are sized for this utility floor and not for the retail hype. Okay, it's time for a warning. If your token's only value proposition is a standard and it has no traffic, then you are not an investor. You are a passenger on a ghost ship. Now, the hard truth of 2026 is that the market is no longer rewarding potential. It rewards throughput. In a world where the Canton network is already moving $6 trillion in institutional assets, being ISO 20022 compliant is no longer a catalyst. It is a commodity. Now, if a project hasn't secured a specific niche or a live institutional pilot by now, then it isn't early, it is obsolete. This momentum heatmap compares the zombie ISO tokens against the market leaders. It plots the total value locked and daily active users against their compliance status. And you can clearly see that while many tokens may share the same ISO 20022 badge, their actual network utility is flatlining, signaling a massive risk of total obsolescence as institutional gravity shifts elsewhere. We have to look at assets like Algo and XLM with a critical eye. While Stellar has carved out a respectable path in retail CBDCs and aid distribution, it faces a mountain challenge. Canton is capturing the high-value institutional repo and treasury markets. If these projects don't dominate their specific pillar, like XLM for micropayments or Algo for specific state-backed securities, they risk being crushed by the sheer weight of the Canton's private liquidity. This is why the exchange redundancy strategy is so critical. If you need to exit a dying position quickly, you need accounts ready on reliable venues like Kraken. Now, I personally use Kraken because of their security track record, and they are currently offering 3% cashback on deposits for new users through my link that you can find in the pinned comment below. And in that pinned comment, you'll find a list of other reputable exchanges that I personally use as a part of my redundancy strategy. The Darwinian nature of the 2026 market means that compliance is just the entry fee. The projects that survive are those that provide a unique utility moat that private networks cannot replicate. The Me Too trap is the silent killer of portfolios. Many investors are still holding bags of tokens that only offer standardized messaging without a unique seed or consensus advantage. If a bank can do the same task faster and more privately on Canton, well, they have zero incentive to use a public Me Too token. Now, this is the moment to calculate your risk. If a token's TVL is stagnant or its only news is a partnership from 3 years ago, then it is time to consider the exit trigger. The Me Too trap checklist highlights the features that have become commoditized in 2026. If your token only offers basic smart contracts, standard messaging, or fast transactions without a unique institutional hook, well, this visual shows why it's losing the race to networks that offer specialized bridges or sovereign privacy layers. Now, it's important that I mention that I am just an investigative journalist and I am not a financial advisor. The crypto market involves significant risk of loss. This analysis today is based on the 2026 market data and institutional trends. Now, you should always perform your own due diligence before making any trades or rotations. Now, the agency to act is yours and yours alone. Right? You can choose to hold a compliant token into the ground, or you can hedge your bets by rotating into the connective tissue assets that are actually integrating into the global plumbing. See, pruning dead wood is just as important as watering the winners.
He uses a little bit too many analogies for me. I'll be honest with you. It's a little bit too many analogies.
All right, y'all. Something big is happening with AI and it's scary. Let's get into this one. Don't forget to hit them hypes for your boy, man. Y'all helping me out a lot. We almost at 50K. I lied. We ain't almost at 50K. We at 41.
Everyone on the internet has been talking about this article. It's probably the scariest thing I've read about the future of AI, and I think everyone should read it. It takes 10 minutes to read, but I'm going to summarize it for you in a few minutes. And you should stick around for the whole thing because it might impact your life in a consequential way. So the author starts with an example of back in February 2020 when, if you were paying attention, you might have noticed this virus spreading abroad. And everything was fine, life was normal, and most of us thought this virus thing was completely overblown. But it ended up only a few months later when COVID completely took over the world. Now, he makes the same comparison to what AI is doing to us today, and he's really sounding the alarm bells. And if you look everywhere, the smartest technical people in Silicon Valley are leaving their jobs at AI research labs because of what's happening. So basically what's been happening is that for years, AI has been gradually but slowly improving. And you get the occasional bump, but for most part, it's pretty linear. But something happened in 2025 when these new techniques of building models just came out and changed everything. And I'm not super technical, so I can't really explain them, but it really accelerated the pace of AI. And so we started to see a wider and wider margin in AI models getting better and better, and the time between each release getting shorter and shorter. You might have noticed this too. Suddenly on February 5th, so about a week ago, suddenly out of nowhere, 2 of the leading AI research labs released their 2 models, GPT 5.3 Codex and Opus 4.6. After these models were released, I saw a bunch of posts from engineers saying that they were no longer needed for the technical parts of their job. They don't code anymore, and apparently all they do is describe in plain English what they want built, and it just appears like magic.
Dang.
I've tried this myself. I've used tools like Lovable to describe exactly the project I want to build, and it just appears. It's kind of crazy. And the crazy thing about this new model, GPT 5.3 Codex, is that it doesn't just execute on your behalf. It can actually make intelligent decisions. So it's got judgment, it's got taste, it's got all these things that were previously lacking. Now, most people are...
Yeah, a lot of people think that AI is like judging and has taste and all of that kind of stuff and decision making. It really don't. It's just working with a huge data set of things that they can compare and contrast and make a logical decision. But it ain't thinking in the sense of how people are critically thinking, like weighing options. Like, all right, if I do this, then it doesn't have the capability to overthink like a human could. Like if you decided to, all right, man, you know what? I'm gonna call off the day. There's a million reasons why you could think of it being a bad idea to call off. AI doesn't necessarily have that capability at the moment. It can just compare and contrast to situations like that it knows about. You can create new shit in your mind, things that don't even exist to be afraid of as it relates to calling off of work. ChatGPT can't do that right now.
We're saying, I've tried AI before, it wasn't that good. And that used to be true. If you tried ChatGPT back in 2023 or 2024, it might have hallucinated or given you these very robotic sounding paragraphs if you're writing. But that was 2 years ago. And in AI time, that is ancient history. Now, the AI models today look nothing like they did 2 years ago, especially if you're not paying for it. If you're on the free tier, you're not getting anything close to the top performing AI models.
I'll pay for it.
Here's another anecdote of how fast AI is moving. In 2022, AI couldn't even solve math problems. So like 5 times 8, couldn't do it. In 2023, AI could pass the bar exam. Now in 2024, it could write software and do graduate level science. Now in late 2025, most engineers have now handed off most of their work to AI. Now there's one more thing that's happened that you need to understand.
Now, if the engineers then handed off their work to AI, it's only a matter of time before the AI take the work from the engineers and they don't have a job no more.
A week ago, when OpenAI released their new model, GPT 5.3 Codex, they included this in their technical documentation. If you read it through, you'll see that what they're saying is that the AI built itself. So everything I'm saying so far, and everything the author said, AI documentation.
So the first model that was instrumental in creating itself, the Codex team used early versions to debug its own training, manage its own deployment, and diagnose test results and evaluations. Okay.
If you read it through, you'll see that what they're saying is that the AI built itself. So
That's
everything I'm saying so far,
he
and
wasn't
everything
just
the
saying
author
that it said that.
is not a prediction on what's going to happen. It is already happening on the fringes of Silicon Valley. Now, you might be asking, what does this mean for me? How does this impact me at all? Well, Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, is predicting that in 1 to 5 years, 50% of white-collar jobs are going to be automated. And he's a pretty conservative guy compared to the other people. And the first jobs to go are legal work, financial analysis, writing, content, customer service, software engineering. We're already seeing these starting to happen. And again, this is not a prediction. It is already happening. It is just a matter of time. Now, I write a lot about how to future-proof your career and what you should do to prepare for the next 3 to 5 years. I'll share some tips in the next video. If this helped at all, you should follow along to learn more.
That's absolutely scary, y'all. Shit. But we already knew this was going to happen, man. ChatGPT is too capable for you to be out here thinking that your job is safe when you're just passing emails back and forth, when you're doing things in front of a computer that are not that hard to do. If I can train someone to do your job by tomorrow, it ain't safe for ChatGPT to do it. I mean, you think that's ChatGPT or Perplexity or one of these other AI models can't take your job. It's just a matter of time before your boss catches up. A lot of people ain't got fired yet because their boss isn't that damn savvy. You know, you working for the mom and pop store. Yeah, they don't know no better. But these large corporations, oh, they got their fingertips on the pulse of the AI network right now. And guess what? They already salivating at the mouth thinking about how much money they can save by replacing people with AI.
They been did that shit.
This X article posted yesterday has 57 million views, and it's a wake-up call about how the world as we know it is changing. It was written by an AI startup CEO who says that this is his honest answer to his friends and family who keep asking him, what's the deal with AI? Because in his words, the honest version sounds like I've lost my mind.
Quick side note, at least once a day, if you're into and make that 3, link in the description.
This isn't any random AI is coming for your jobs, we're all doomed view. This is a deeply technical CEO who says that he is no longer needed for the actual technical work of his job. He now describes what he wants built in plain English, walks away from his computer for hours, and comes back to the finished product. He is specifically talking to people, maybe you included, who used ChatGPT once and said, I tried AI and it wasn't that good. And he's not talking about ChatGPT. He's talking about AI agents that can control your browser, open multiple apps, and do the work for you. He writes, in 2022, AI couldn't do basic arithmetic. it would tell you 7 times 8 equals 54. But by 2023, it could pass the bar exam. By 2024, it could write working software. By late 2025, some of the best engineers in the world hand over most of their coding work to AI. And this month, new models have dropped that made everything before them feel like a different era. This is happening in tech first, but he lists out more industries where this is going to happen. Law, finance, consulting, customer service, writing, anything you do on a computer. Not in 10 years, in 1 to 5. The CEO of Anthropic has said that 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs will be gone within 1 to 5 years. But don't panic, he's not a doomer and I'm not either. There are 5 very...
Imagine having an AI lawyer. Like them robots that Elon Musk just came out with. Imagine one of them just showing up with the damn tie on it and arguing your case for it. Would you feel like you getting out? Like you feel like, or you getting 25 to life for whatever it is you're doing. You get 25 to life for a speeding ticket. Like, would you trust one of those AI robots?
Specific things I would start doing today. Number 1, start actually using AI. If you are on the free version of ChatGPT, you are behind. It's like how only your mom and grandma use Facebook now. Pay for Claude. Download Claude Code and learn how to use Claude skills. Don't just ask it questions you can Google, push it into your actual work. Give it a spreadsheet, a doc. Go vibe code something. He says that if something even kind of works today, in 6 months, AI will do it nearly perfectly. Spend 1 hour a day doing this. That's how you become the person operating the AI instead of the person being replaced by it. If you do this for 6 months, you'll understand what's coming better than 99% of the people around you because the bar is on the floor. Number 2, invest in relationships. AI cannot do things like build trust over years, connect people, read a room. Roles like sales, chief of staff, customer success, parts of product management and marketing, the work that requires you to actually be a human talking to other humans. Number 3, get your finances in order. If you believe even a little bit that the next few years could bring real disruption to your industry, basic financial resilience matters more than ever. Build up savings. Don't take on new debt that assumes your current income is guaranteed. Give yourself options if things move faster than you expect. Number 4, start building something for yourself. Not saying to quit your job tomorrow, but if you have a window right now where you still have income and stability, use it. Number 5, build a personal brand. If jobs are disappearing, especially entry-level ones in finance, consulting, whatever, then analyst at X firm stops being an identity. Your job title is not going to be the thing that carries you. Being known for something, having a point of view, building an audience will. Taking a step back, you might think I'm crazy, but I actually think this is good news for a lot of us. If you've been sitting in a job you've optimized your whole life for, but you kind of hate it because you're just at the email factory pushing buttons all day, that job is not going to exist in a few years. The thing that's keeping you trapped is going away whether you want.
This is what I'm talking about when I say the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. Matt Schumer is a CEO of an AI company and is basically talking about the idea that AI is already starting to radically change the way that his company and the engineers at his company work. He draws this comparison between the early days of COVID and where we are now with AI. How for some people they were starting to see signs, their lives are already changing, they were already having to make adjustments, and there were a lot of other people who were kind of blissfully unaware of what was going on. I think this is hard for some people to get because engineers are using AI tools that have been built for their exact needs and use cases. And so they're seeing kind of what happens when you're able to build an AI tool that is specifically for the job that you're trying to apply it to. And so I think that's why a lot of people when they use ChatGPT at work are pretty unimpressed. And that's just simply because you're probably yet using an AI tool that has not been built to do your job, but once one is being built to do your job, it is very likely to be able to do the same tasks that you do today and potentially better. And I think the fear here is that there's a lot of people who are kind of living in the future, living on the edge of these technologies and are already learning to how to use them and adapt them. And then there's a lot of people who are kind of convincing themselves and telling themselves that it's not going to affect them and it's not going to affect their job. It seems very unlikely if you have a white-collar job that AI will not affect it. It's really important that you start to think about how you can learn more about these tools to your advantage and start thinking about the different ways that it might affect you in your life. Just in learning more about the human and user side of AI, you should follow for more.
Bro, you know.
Where you at? Did you download Discord?
Said what?
I said, where you at? Did you download Discord?
Yeah.
Where you at?
The gas station taking a shit, fool.
You do that?
This nigga.
You just put your booty anywhere?
Oh, bro, toilet paper on the seat, bro.
Too comfortable. Too comfortable. A gas station, my nigga?
Nigga, if I gotta take a shit, I gotta take a shit, bro.
I ain't never had to take a shit that bad. Never. Dirty booty niggas.
Can't be that dirty nigga, I'm wiping them.
Anyways. Where you at? They talking about, they just gave me all the sauce on AI.
Word.
On YouTube.
Oh, did you see my meat food?
On YouTube.
My bad, bro.
On YouTube. They said they're talking about how you can actually get into this AI run and shit. What gas station are you by?
Gas station at the Annabelle Reed.
Where were you headed to?
The park.
Type shit. You trying to be on stream?
I gotta slide the brainer right quick. I gotta grab some stuff.
Just let me know.
Know how delusional you have to be to know how smart and capable AI is, and to think your job is safe and that it's impossible for you to lose it. Are you crazy? I would, at the very minimum, you should just have a healthy dose of fear. Just like, it is a possibility. Let me make sure all of my ducks are in a row. But for you to have no inkling of fear for you to lose your job because of AI, that's just crazy, bro. I ain't gonna hold
Anthropic
you.
has pushed out a new update to Claude every other week in 2026, and each update disrupts another industry. First, they came out with Opus 4.6, which is by far the most capable model to date, and almost immediately stock prices for SaaS companies took a nosedive as people realized what it was capable of. Shortly after that, they came out with new Claude Cowork plugins that are specialized in doing the work of attorneys and financial analysts. And even those of us that have been paying close attention to this were immediately caught off guard by how close these models are to replacing human professionals.
I don't know. Would you trust your lawyer if it was the AI? You go into court, you beating a white collar case. You trusting the AI?
And then just this last week, they came out with a cybersecurity tool inside of Claude Code that's far more capable than any cybersecurity software available today. It will scan your entire code base and find vulnerabilities that it used to take teams of humans to find. So how is Anthropic able to keep this pace? How are they able to put out industry-disrupting tools every other week? Well, they're using their own tools. Claude Cowork was made with Claude Code in 10 days. The better these tools get, the faster Anthropic and every tech company for that matter will be able to move. AI progress is not slowing down, it's speeding up. And if that's...
I think the move for these companies, like these wherever lawyers, these firms, these law firms, I think the move for them is to market it as where your trust layer. Like, you know, I don't know how future people would feel. I just know how I feel. I don't know if I'd be completely okay with my representation if I'm facing like real time, like real prison time. You feel me? I don't really think it's going to knock out that whole law sector. I think it's probably just going to make it so like maybe the people who believe they could go to court by themselves, because you know people still do that to this day. You feel me? Those people are going to start using AI, have more access to things and stuff like that. But you know, real lawyers, they're always going to be like around for real, because me personally, I'm going to want somebody there who knows the judge, knows the judge's family, probably, you feel me? They've been around each other in the workspace for hella years or whatever. I would prefer him to represent me than me just having like a BMO box. I don't know if any of y'all watch Adventure Time, but like, you feel me? Somebody just sit, like an AI just sitting there, them Elon Musk bots sitting there representing me. I don't think I would want that. at all. Like, I want somebody who could, you feel me, actually pontificate with somebody. But yeah, like,
Sounds like hype to you. I think it's a pretty safe bet that you haven't spent time with Opus 4.6 yet.
Jesus Christ, bro. That is crazy. Opus 4.6 is pretty awesome. This is so sad.
yeah, if anything, I think it's gonna make lawyers be able to charge more, honestly. Like, if you want that personal interaction, they're gonna be able to charge out that ass. Yeah, lawyer prices though, gone up.
All the jobs about to be lost. Who takes the blame when the work produced is imperfect? If the skilled employee is removed and some senior leader is just feeding the AI request, do you really think they'll take the blame?
No.
Employees will be kept around just to take the fall because corporate leaders never accept blame. That's crazy. Claude is slowly becoming my go-to instead of ChatGPT, but it consumes credits like crazy. Yeah, this is crazy work. Yeah, guys. Well, you get the gist of what's going on. Protect your livelihoods, man. The best you
Why are you not getting powerful erections even after taking an
What?
ED medication? It comes down to how arousal really works. Stimulation starts.
Don't get me demonetized.
Okay. All right. To some of you guys' dismay, we are gonna do an update on Memento. Okay. It's still one of the most percolating and prominent topics that's in the news media currently, whether it's political news, whether it is just the regular 6 o'clock news, or whether it's whatever website you might get just national news from. It's still one of the most interesting things. I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna speed walk through a few things today for y'all, and hopefully, I think the last time we did the Elemental stuff, it was how long was that? It was like 2 hours, and I wanted to not do that. Okay. So first and foremost, if you guys haven't seen the news, El Mencho has been murdered. Well, they want to say it accidentally killed currently. He's been murdered by the Mexican military. This is him, El Mencho. Okay, they claim this is a picture of him. And there's very few pictures of this guy, but there was a $50 million reward for the capture of El Mencho. Okay? Now, people are speculating if this has been paid out, but if you guys actually do look into how the flyer was set up, it says for information leading to the arrest and or conviction of El Mencho. And what people don't realize about a lot of these like reward things,
I don't think they be paying that money out. What y'all think? I really don't think they be paying that money out when they say for information and all that. I think either they don't be paying the money out or they don't pay the full sum out. Like, I don't think you getting $15 million. They be like, well, we had to connect these dots or whatever.
if your information is bullshit, they ain't paying you. Now, granted, this guy got killed, which means technically he died an innocent man. That's how it works in the United States. I'll give you a quick, overview again, but I'm going to highlight some of the differences between, him and other people. But I want to make this make sense to y'all. Okay, I'm going to try to do this quickly, but it takes time. So this guy El Mencho, talked about him before. An operation went down, I believe, about a week ago or so, where the Mexican military knew where he was, They claim that they tracked him down through a lover, and they tried to arrest him. While trying to arrest him, they had a firefight. They're saying that the gun battle lasted for a pretty long time. When they did get a chance to kind of snatch him out of there, they also did shoot him. And he was kind of riddled with bullets, but he was still alive. They threw him on a helicopter. They tried to get him to Mexico City to get him some medical care. However, they claim he died while he was on the helicopter. The man known as Nemesio Ruben Oseguera Cervantes, a.k.a. El Mencho, has been killed. A lot of people are finding out about him in post. They're realizing that the type of mystique around him, there's going to be much movies and series made about him, is pretty much at the level of El Chapo, if not past it. This guy is a really interesting figure. There's some
Yeah, I heard he had $1 billion operation going on. $1 billion operation. He had shit going on in Africa. He had shit going on in Europe. He had shit going on in the UK. He had shit going on everywhere. Like a real $1 billion operation.
similarities between him and El Chapo, but there's a lot of differences. Some of the differences include, like, the similarities, obviously, they're drug dealers, huge drug dealers, but the differences include that while El Chapo eventually he wasn't a flashy guy necessarily, but he kind of embraced that villain role. So he would kind of flaunt a little bit, he would show some shit off, like his family would show shit off. When it came to El Mencho, he learned from that and he really tried to make sure no one could find him. So there's only a few pictures of this guy ever really on record. And that was by design. He tried to stay out the way. When they actually caught him, the place they caught him at was not some luxurious, 50-acre, 50 rooms mansion. He was in a modest community, in a modest place, but not because he didn't make money, but but because he wanted to be obscure. At his height, they're claiming that he was making around $60 million a day. $60 million. Comparing him to El Chapo kind of started embracing this narco-trafficante or drug cartel kingpin label that the world was giving him, especially when it came from Mexico, because when we think about Vegas, we think about, okay, we got Pablo Escobar. That's why Narcos was Pablo Escobar, then it was El Chapo, pretty much, right?
$21 billion.
El Chapo made the
$60 million a day times 365. $21 billion. I told y'all.
They listed him as number. Well, this is a different list. They had him number 67 as the most powerful people, but he also was listed on the Forbes list at 102. 102 or 103. Now, I don't want to get into some of the weeds of it. Just take my word. You guys could also Google these things. No, he was 701. I'm sorry. 701. I apologize. So he was listed as the 701 richest person in the world. What that did was put a bullseye on him. How's the 701st richest person in the world? He was listed at the time having $1 billion fortune.
Why did that put a hit on him? Being the 701st, that's weird. That's almost like the government's tried to put attention on him in that type of way on purpose. 701, at least, I don't really think that's like real high. Like, you feel me? Worth being mentioned for real.
How is he a killer, a drug dealer, and running a criminal organization? That increased a lot of political pressure all around the world that they had to get him. But I want to run through some interesting things about El Mencho real quick. So at his peak, he's making around $60 million a day, right? ever since he got killed, there's been so much bullshit that happened. For example, one of his underlings, a lieutenant named El Tuli, they put out an open bounty for the assassination or, the hit or the killing of any National Guards, which is, as you know, government soldiers, for 20 pesos. 20K pesos, actually.
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click.
Damn, $1,100.
Pick it up a notch. Create some.
Y'all killing 12 for $1,112.
His financial operator, El Tuli, says, all right, check this out. We'll give you 1,000. We'll give you 20 pesos for all the gunmen killed when it comes to the National Guard. Now, 20K pesos is about close to $1,000. Just to show you how cheap life is in Mexico. It's really nothing. Okay? El Tuli, which people, again, he was under the branch of the tree of El Mencho. He was shortly killed afterwards. By the way, they're saying that 25 National Guards were actually killed. So, in people trying to cash in for the $1,000, just to show you how life is cheap, they kill El Mencho. They say, yo, we're paying 20K pesos, or about $1,000 for every soldier killed. They killed 25 National Guard members. Okay? El Tuli actually got killed. Okay? They're saying a paratrooper rifle brigade tracked El Tuli down, and they killed him in a shootout.
Damn.
Okay? They caught him in $1.4 million. That's another thing that's interesting about these cartels. Usually when they move around, they have $1 million cash on them. Why? It's usually good for bribe money, right? You get caught and you tell somebody, yo, I got 500K right here, just take the bread, let me go, say you didn't catch me, whatever, y'all go divvy up the bread. It works a lot. It works in Colombia, it works in Venezuela, it works in goddamn Mexico, okay? So these guys move around a lot of money. So they kill this El Tuli guy who put the hit out saying, we need blood for Mencho. They killed 25 National Guards, but he gets killed shortly after, and they seize a bunch of firearms around him and $1.4 million in mixed U.S. and Mexican currency. Interesting. Right? Now, the reason why most of this stuff is so intriguing to people, because I think if you've watched Narcos or anything about, you've heard about drug trafficking, it seems like some movie shit, right? Seems like someone has a really good imagination, except when you realize it's fucking real. So, quickly, and I'll try to go as quick as possible. So, El Mencho starts out, he's born in Mexico. He moves over here to the United States, and he become a undocumented illegal immigrant, right? He's just kind of staying over here. He's in pursuit of money. Eventually, he starts getting into selling drugs. And essentially, one of the things that kind of shows, and this is like a notable thing about him, he's seen as special because he kind of has the gift of the gab of understanding street politics and street life. Okay? Now, hold on, sir. Now, he gets caught for drug dealing, he gets deported, but just like, it's like American 2025. You get caught, sent over the border, hop the fence, come right back over. Who gives a fuck? Come on, man. Let's go. Man, this is open borders. Who gives a fuck? So he comes back over. And at one point, his brother is about to do a drug deal. And while his brother is about to do a drug deal, he accompanies his brother to do a drug deal. And he's the muscle. He's like, kind of security because he's kind of been doing this for a while, but his brother got the plug. It's kind of noted that when that happens, this kind of highlights the gift of the gab right here, okay? His older brother went to a bar to meet some guy for a heroin deal. It was 5 ounces for $9,500. He was 26. He tagged as a lookout. All right? Now, even though he was a younger brother, he was savvy enough to realize that the buyers came with like really neat bills that looked like they just came from the treasury. You feel me? Like, you ain't come with drug dealer money. You came from some shit that came from the U.S. Treasury, nigga. So he warned his brother, yo, hey, let's not do this. Them niggas got to be the feds. No drug dealer money is that neat. He was smart. Now, he still got caught. Those conversations and subsequent conversations were caught on a wiretap, and he was arrested. He got deported again. Might be the last time he was in the United States selling drugs. He might have came back one more time. However, the point is that El Mencho goes back to Mexico, and the dude becomes a cop. Like, of course you're qualified to be a cop. You just got caught for drugs twice in America and deported. You're the perfect person to be a cop, right? So he's a cop in Mexico. Now, this guy doesn't really want to do a job. Like most drug dealers. Like, come on, bro. Like, yo, cops in like Mexico is getting paid $30 for the day. Straight up. Straight up. Okay? So, eventually, he kind of used that, gets a little crooked like most cops are in Mexico. And he's starting to do some other shit. Okay? Now he gets into some, distributing and selling drugs there, and he kind of like gets into these organizations. And that's where, for the people who do care about this cartel war, whatever, and you guys are still a bit confused, hopefully, and if you guys do watch this in post, if I did a good job, please let me know. I did put some research in this for y'all. So y'all let me know if this gives you a good understanding. Because a lot of times, like, you're just hearing too much and it's an overload. Like, we don't care that much. We just want to get the understanding. It's like Chicago, right? It's like, nigga, we don't need to know every motherfucker, but, like, give us the main things. BDs, GDs, they don't fuck with each other. 63rd O Block. We got Lamb Rondo. Like, we need to know the main shit, the main figures, and that's how we could understand it. So that's what I'm trying to get here. So cool.
A mother stretches one plate across all 5 of her children. A father skips meals so his children...
So this guy's now a cop. Okay. He's not really interested in being a cop. He want to get to the bread. Now, I got to give you a quick geography. All right? This is a quick geography. Like, imagine, this is, by the way, this is a crash course. You know, I did a war in Iraq, and everybody's like, oh my God. If I did a war in Mexico, I'd be the biggest thing. Well, first of all, there'd probably be 15 cartels on my door. But still, I'm going to make it all make sense to you. So let's go like this. Map of Mexico. Let's get to the map of Mexico. Bingo. We're here. We're here. We're here, chat. Okay? Now, there's a shit ton of cartels in Mexico. Okay? But I'm going to make it simple for y'all, right? You see this little line right here? Clearly, that's a border. USA, Mexico. USA, Mexico. Here the border. All right. Let me tell you I'm going to give you the lay of the land. It's just like Chicago, except it's a fucking country. It's all ran by drug dealing. There ain't nothing good going on in Mexico but Cancun, Tulum, you know what I mean? And some fucking cartels. Straight up. Let's keep it a beat. Okay. So the main factions actually end up being, and this is all you need to know, right? This is all you need to know. 1 second. Where is it? Okay, cool. So this is all you need to know. And I'm going to show you on the map that's going to make everything kind of make sense to y'all. Because trust me, I was confused too. So one of the oldest cartels is going to be called the Gulf Cartel. And obviously, you know, Trump named this shit. Look, it says Gulf of America. It used to be called Gulf of Mexico, right? Now, just to let you know, so one of the oldest cartels is the Gulf Cartel. The places they run is obviously the Gulf, okay? Tampico. You keep going up. All right, so remember, this is San Antonio right here. And then they run Reynosa and Matamoros, okay? So, like, that's kind of like their bases, damn near. We're being simple here, but trust me. So they run right around here, right? Right around here. And they also run down here. Okay? So that's the Gulf Cartel. They've been operating, one of the oldest cartels, like really in Mexico. But they've been operating for a long time. The others are kind of self-explanatory, right? There's something called the Tijuana cartel. Now, that's obvious. The Tijuana is right here by San Diego. That's a cartel as well. Why is that important? Remember, the places cartels care about most is right where the border is to the United States. So Tijuana, San Diego, Gulf, they're over here by goddamn Texas. Okay? Pretty easy. Now, the niggas who we know, they come from down here. Sinaloa. That's the El Chapos of the world. Okay? Right here. El Chapo. Right here. Now, just looking at it on a territorial aspect, right? And I've only just said, I've only showed y'all a few. If you're a gang, and we're calling them a gang even though they're way more than a gang, they're a cartel because they're about money. They're not just about throwing up.
I don't know if any of y'all ever seen Queen of the South, but that's exactly what I thought of as soon as I saw Sinaloa.
Gang sounds like Lil Baby and them 4PF niggas. They're actually about making bread with their gang shit, right? So the Gulf cartel's making some money. The Tijuana cartel making some money. And then they pop up here because what happens is this main inland here, you got to get the drugs all the way to the other side.
Oh, so they're the middlemen.
There's more U.S. patrol and border shit right here. So some of these places become important. Also, as you zoom in, Mexico City, where we get to Mexico City? Mexico City is right here. So Mexico City is also important. Why? Mexico is like most countries, even the United States. Not every place is developed. So that's why we're showing you some of these places. It's not like the rest of some of these places not developed. Okay. So we got Gulf Cartel over here, Tijuana over here, then we got Sinaloa over here. Now,
rule of thumb, middlemen make the most money. They're the top paid in any industry. Top paid, profit, middlemen.
Here's here's the lore. This is the lore to having you understand everything, right? So, hold on.
I haven't been to the grocery store in months because this delivery service offers hundreds of high-quality, non-GM.
Okay. So basically, the Gulf Cartel is rocking out. And when you're selling drugs, you got to avoid law enforcement, this and third. But eventually, other people who got no morals is going to say, nigga, we want what you have. So what ended up happening is that the Gulf Cartel basically was beefing with rival groups, and they needed some muscle. They needed muscle, right? So remember, they got this whole Gulf right here. They're cooking. They flooded San Antonio with drugs. They're cooking. But they start getting and beefing with a lot of people who want to take over their spot. Okay? Beefing with drugs. So remember, they got this whole Gulf right here. They're cooking. They flooded San Antonio with drugs. They're cooking. But they start getting and beefing with a lot of people who want to take over their spot. Okay? So what they do is they get a military arm. They basically need some protection. They need security. So there was some people who got like disbanded or like, you know, because all of these people are taking money, right? Like they're all taking money. So the whole shit is corrupted. So some of the people who got kicked out of the military for corruption, some of those generals and shit like that, people realize they've been working with the cartel the whole time. They go to them for protection. They're saying, yo, we just need some protection. We can pay you, blah, blah, blah. And what ends up happening is they get these guys, and these guys are called Los Zetas, right? So now the Gulf Cartel gets these people called Los Zetas. And they're like, it's Mexico never seen no shit like this. Remember, it's fucking Mexico, bro. These got machetes and shit. Like, we're not talking about like, this ain't the USA, motherfucker, right? So now they get former military people and they're trying to do military shit. So what does that mean? They fuck everybody up because they're coming in with big guns. They're doing all type of shit. They're doing paramilitary style. They're called Los Zetas. So they're fucking everybody up. I bet. Now, while all that's happening, remember I told you, we got Los Zetas over here. Right here we got Tijuana. Now, I know I said we got Sinaloa right here. But before we get to Sinaloa, and if you watch Narcos, you should know this.
Guadalajara.
There's something called Guadalajara cartel.
Yeah.
And essentially, it's like they're trying to run this middle region right here, right? So this middle region they're trying to run, right? So everywhere from Mexico City, Sinaloa, Michoacan, down to, you know, obviously they're not going to be in the capital doing too much crazy shit because you're looking fucking stupid. Is Mexico City the capital? Well, it's just a big city. I don't know. It probably is the capital. Anyway, so they're running this shit. Eventually, I think the guy...
Jalisco.
The people who are running it either dies or somebody get extradited. Some shit happens. The Guadalajara cartel splits apart. This is where you can see in Narcos. El Chapo starts up Sinaloa cartel with his people. But there's some other cartels, okay? Some other cartels that kind of go into space. Now, watch this place called Jalisco, because that's where we're going to talk about Mencho later. Mencho is not a thing yet.
I'm telling you, I watch these movies, these TV shows. They mention all of these places.
And Michoacan is a really interesting place. Now, again, I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. Remember I told you the Gulf got a bunch of like army niggas that's ready to kill everybody. Now, I want to tell you how ruthless they are. They changed the whole cartel scene because Los Zetas, who works with the Gulf cartel, that was their muscle, they would behead people, hang them from a bridge. They would cut shit off, send it to niggas. They start doing the brutal shit to send messages. So they would fucking have a video where they're shooting a nigga dead. Like they wanted to shock people into being scared of them and not fucking with them. Okay? So not only now they're ruling the Gulf with an iron fist, like any drug dealer, if you're making $1 billion, you want to make $2. So now they're saying, yo, we need to expand, man. Fuck all them other cards. We need to expand. Now what ends up happening is that they start to move from the Gulf, which is on the right, and they start to kind of push towards where, remember I told you, look, we're like, all of this is like Guadalajara territory right here. So they start to push down here close to what's called Michoacan, right? Right here. Make sure you can see it. Sorry. They want to get these people. Okay, so they're trying to just expand. Guadalajara gets like kind of separated. You know, because of that separation, Sinaloa starts up. That's El Chapo. But because everybody, anytime a drug dealer dies or gets arrested, people see blood in the water. So the Gulf Cartel, who's crazy as fuck, they're killing people. They want to start expanding, get to Michoacan. Remember, these are places with more density, more, you know, routes they can use to get shit to America. Sinaloa, they can't fuck with them. Straight up can't fuck with them. So now they're watching as the Gulf Cartel, who got these killers, who they're chopping niggas' fingers off. They're showing videos of niggas bleeding out from their neck. They're going crazy. Sinaloa and some other people from that kind of, you know, from that Guadalajara area, they come up with a group, okay? And the group is to fight off the little Zeta niggas because they're doing too much. They're fucking doing too much. By the way, they started doing so much that they even split from the Gulf Cartel because they said the Gulf Cartel niggas was a bunch of bums. Remember, they're military niggas, so they're well trained, they're really disciplined, they're on point. They said that the Gulf Cartel, all they were doing is getting their dick sucked all day. They were tricking, they were snorting the drugs, or they were taking the drugs that they were making. They were saying that basically the Gulf Cartel niggas aren't the right niggas to tell them when they're the ones putting in work. Imagine the muscle telling the kingpin, man, you can't tell me what to do no more. I run this. So that's what these Los Zetas niggas was. So what happened is they start.
It sounds like he's saying these Lil Zeta niggas.
Come over here to bully the scene. What happened is that they create like this new thing, like this is Sinaloa and these people like response. They create something called La Resistance, which they're trying to resist the Los Zetas niggas. Okay? Now, the thing with Los Zetas, they never fucked with Sinaloa from the get-go. They never acknowledged Sinaloa cartel as a thing. They used to just call them bums. Like, these are bum-ass niggas. They treated them like Ruri and Millie Ball. I'm gonna keep it a beat. That's how the Los Zetas was doing it. Like, yo, you want us to acknowledge them? Nah, they ain't on shit, right? So they're getting bullied. So they created, or they teamed up, and they did what's called La Resistance, right? And what happens there is that their main goal was just to make sure the niggas running shit over here don't come run shit over here. Michoacan is the place where a lot of the bullshit starts to happen, okay? Now, again, I told you, I'm making this, all this information is pertinent, but it makes you understand the lay of the land. Eventually, they do resist Los Zetas from taking everything over, okay? They got to get on some of the same timing. If they're down to chop niggas head off on camera, you got to chop a nigga head off. You got to show them, if you're op down to do A, B, and C, you got to show your op you down to do A, B, C, D, and E, F, and G. Like, you got to let them know. So they get kind of really ruthless. Okay? Now, after that happens, there's an interesting thing that causes some dissension. And by the way, the first dissension over here was that this guy got locked up. So that's the Gulf Cartel, kind of like their army wing was Los Zetas. The guy who ran Gulf Cartel got locked up. Los Zetas says, all right, we want one of our niggas to run this shit. They're like, nigga, y'all the shooters. How the fuck the shooters gonna run this shit? They're like, well, y'all are tricks. Like, fuck out of here. So they separated. Los Zetas, at that point, they're making a lot of money. They're doing their thing. They're trying to take other shit over. These niggas are getting bullied over by, Sinaloa. They come up with the resistance or La Resistance or whatever. And then through that, they also separate again. That separation goes into, I believe, one thing that's called the Millennial Cartel. And the other thing that we now know is Jalisco Cartel Nueva Generación, which is CJNG. And that's what El Mencho comes from. So that's how El Mencho got his start. So El Mencho was kind of fucking with these Sinaloa niggas until he didn't. Remember, just look at the lay of the land. Sinaloa is here. Jalisco is here. It'll give you, everything makes sense. Guadalajara is the bigger region, right? So Sinaloa up top, Jalisco here. So they work together to make sure these niggas don't take it over. Then they split. Okay. Now, this is where like the majority of the interesting shit comes in. And by the way, there's some other shit like there's my Spanish is bad. La Familia de Michoacan. That's where the Gulf was trying to fuck with to, get in that area because these niggas here, their city was just taken over by, Sinaloa, and the people there, they were all poor. They're not getting no money, but you're seeing drug dealers take over your city. So they wanted to be mercenaries. They're like, yo, we want to get the drug dealers out of here. and another drug dealer came and said, how about we empower y'all? Like, drugs gonna run this shit. How about we just collaborate with y'all? We get them out of here, and y'all could be the drug dealers. So there's a Michoacan family, but you don't need to get that deep into it. Okay. So cool. Based in Jalisco, we get this guy, El Mencho. He creates CJNG. Okay? And this is where I'm going to try to speed run through a lot of things. So, I told you his savviness already from being street smart. He stopped his brother from fucking, doing drugs with some feds in America. But what ends up happening, and if you're wondering, remember I always tell you it's politics as usual? The big thing why El Mencho is dead is this. Is this woman right here. Okay? Her name is Claudia Sheinbaum. Let me explain to you how politics works in Mexico. So in Mexico, in America we have one person could be a president twice for 4 years. In Mexico, it's single term. Why? They had a nigga that served 30 years one time. So somebody served 30 years and they realized how bad it was for the country because that's basically dictatorship. They put in their constitution, I believe in like 1917, it was really early, that a president could serve only a single term, and that term could only be, the term is 6 years. Now, what happened is, in 2024, Shorty comes into power. So she's getting her 6-year run. So she got till 2030. And basically, in the first year and a half, she's got Mencho. Now, you might be like, damn, if she's Mencho op?
I don't believe she got Mencho. I think partnered with the U.S. and, you know, them people got Mencho.
Now, granted, most politicians are in the pockets of drug dealers, whether they want to or not. It's just a lay of the land. But she's a little bit different. I'm going to give you a couple reasons. Number one, the former presidents of Mexico, his name was Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. Okay? This guy. He ruled from 2018 to 2024. Okay? He ruled from 2018 to 2024. Now, why is he special? Because I said that it's the woman who took over for him why Mencho is dead. This guy had a philosophy. His slogan when he got into to being president, they were so scared of the goddamn cartels. His name was, this was his slogan: hugs, no slugs. Abrazos, no balazos. Which means hugs, no slugs. Hugs, no.
It's like the biggest bully on the block threatening some violence with you. Like, come on, bro. Bring it in. Don't. No slugs. Just give me a hug. Give me a hug, bro. What the fuck kind of scary shit is that?
Bullets. Imagine telling cartels, hey, we want to give y'all a hug, not kill y'all. Oh, it's lit. Oh, it's movie time. hey, where's it at?
Oh, it's movie time.
It's movie time. So, when that was what he came and said, what? It's lit. Now, the cartel pretty much realized, they realized this nigga is pussy. Straight up. They started doing the most shit. I'll give you an example. We've talked about this before. Remember I told you El Chapo's son who got captured and they killed so many people they let the nigga go? Who y'all think or authorized him to be let go? Let's just Google their name together. Mr. Hug No Slugs and Ovidio Guzman. Let's Google their name together. Look. He defended the release, justifying the decision, saying he needed to protect innocent lives. He said, look, in 2020, he said he ordered the release. The president. What?
Pussy.
Mr. Hug No Slugs. What? If I'm in a cartel, this is lit. This is lit. We just gotta murder a couple niggas and they gonna let us back out? These niggas is bitches, straight up. So he defended him. He says he ordered the release. What a great president. What a great president. He let the drug dealer back out. Y'all killed too many people today. I'm gonna take him back. Take him back. Take him back. Take him back. What? Okay. Now, when he gets out of presidency, she comes in and she says that shit is over. I'm done with that shit. Ain't no Hugs, no slugs. Fuck that. Now, granted, there's a whole political story behind this. I won't get to it. I want to stay focused on El Mencho that you have to understand. Remember, I told you she's El Mencho's op. You don't believe me? I'll show you. So, Miss Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, okay? She took presidency in 2024. But we're going to go back 4 years before that. In 2020, she was the mayor of Mexico City. Let's just look. I want to show y'all that, I know I'm not making shit up. Okay. Here's her campaign for head of government. Okay. And so she's the head of government for Mexico City from 2018 to 2023. Why does that matter? Remember this good old map I told you?
So she done seen it all.
Where's Jalisco? Right here. Where's Mexico City? Right here. Where's Sinaloa? Right here. Bet. What ends up happening when she's mayor, and this is why I say she's El Mencho's op, is that her minister of security, his name is Omar Garcia Harfuch. In 2020, El Mencho tries to kill him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, currently, this guy, by the way, he didn't die. He's now the head of, he's the ministry or head of security or whatever. I forgot the title, but it's, what is it title? Let me make sure I got it right. Make sure I got it right. He's the, what? He's the Secretary of Security for the whole country now. Why? The woman, Claudia Sheinbaum, he was head of security for her, or Ministry of Security, whatever, in Mexico City. So when she gets president, he's the head of security now for the whole country. Back in 2020,
he tried to kill him, so maybe it was on purpose that El Mencho died on what was supposed to be a capturing. He was supposed to get captured.
El Mencho tried to kill the nigga. He caught two hot ones. Straight up. This was his vehicle. This was the vehicle when El Mencho sent his homies to go, yeah. Oh, yeah. So you understand why they don't like El Mencho that much. El Mencho had his homies put two hot ones in this nigga. He survived. He survived. This is how the car looked. They Swiss cheese that bitch.
Definitely
he
did.
survived. 6 years ago, they tried to assassinate him. Back then, when the assassination happened but failed, he survived. He took 2 bullets. He went to the hospital. And on the hospital bed, he tweeted out. He said, yo, it's El Mencho's organization that tried to kill me. It was CJNG. That's what he said. So now that he survived that, and he's now ministry or whatever, head of, or secretary of security for the whole country, you think he cool with El Mencho trying to clap him 6 years ago, or he probably on his ass?
He's on his ass, like, why don't rice?
But nevertheless, that's not the only thing El Mencho has done, supposedly, that has made people realize that he's a demon. So this guy wants him out of here. Years before, in 2015, when he was starting to take power, this is after El Chapo was either on the run, just escaped, or he just got indicted and extradited. Sinaloa is looking a little bit unfamiliar. C, J, and G is starting to boom. They're popping now. They lit. They're all over here with it. Tijuana cartel got a bunch of arrests, so they ain't on shit neither. So really, C, J, and G is popping. Los Zetas, they kind of got him out of the way for a bit. Right now is El Mencho's time. The government start to say, hey, we got to do something about this. They try to lock up, or try to do some operations against CJNG. In 2015, CJNG gave belt to ass to the Mexican government, the military, and everybody else. They showed that they're on the type of timing you don't want to fuck with. This is why when they were showing off the tank, it's for a reason. The first thing they did, one time, El Mencho and them like driving in some like long ass, back to back to back. They're in a fucking helicopter. They're telling them to pull over. Them niggas popped out the window with an RPG, shot the helicopter. It was a military helicopter. Shot it down. Real nigga shit, man. The military and government in Mexico took note of this. They have never gotten a military plane shot down by some cartel niggas. We usually think about cartel niggas like some niggas in the woods, man, like some niggas like in the forest. These niggas, remember, this was the wing that was militant, that was supposed to fight with the Zetas, who were army niggas. So they got some army shit. So they shot down a helicopter. They ain't stopped there. They started teaching the government, and this is why the next president, remember I told you, so this is 2015. So the next president, he wins presidency on some, we're not gonna do no more violence. We're just gonna, because they're getting belt. So remember the guy who came in with hugs, no slugs? Yeah, you ain't had no choice, nigga. So in 2015, these are some of the things that happened. First and foremost, they kill like, I don't know, what was it, 15 cops. Straight up. Like, they're not playing around. So they ambushed 15 cops in Jalisco, murdered all of them. Straight up. They dead. Right? They attacked some government spot. They're attacking the military. The cartel attacking the military. Then there's a helicopter attack which got people to say, wait, what the fuck? Look at this fucking helicopter right here. This is a fucking Black Hawk helicopter. They flew over the convoy where they thought that there was some CJNG people rolling in. Them niggas popped out the window with an RPG, shot the bitch down. Basically, as the story goes, okay? As the story goes, just to kind of, again, I am trying to speed it up, but I want y'all to really understand how wild this nigga was. Essentially, I think there was like 12 people on the helicopter. Everybody died, one lived. So these are all military people. Killed all of them. These cartels, they're on top. Ironically, and this is the thing about when you're these cartel niggas and you have to do all this murder. Ironically, the only surviving person from the helicopter attack was a nigga named Ivan Morales Corrales. He's the only one who survived the helicopter blowing up. Everybody else died. He suffered burns to 70% of his body, okay? And they claimed it was a miracle that he survived. He got gifted a medal in Mexico for his bravery. I don't mention him for no reason. Years later, he showed up in the United States and testified against El Mencho's son, who we're going to get to. And he described everything And yes, El Mencho's son was about that life too. Menchito, we gonna get to it. After he testified against El Mencho's son like 2-3 years ago, it was reported last year, him and his wife got clapped. So he survived a helicopter crash. Then he came to America, testified against El Mencho's son. The Mexican agent who survived the cartel attack that downed the helicopter, he got murdered with his wife. He testified against El Menchito. You see why you got the YSL Woodies, you got all these other niggas, like telling is free in the United States. Just let it go. Just tell the truth. You do that in this Mexican cartel world, you're getting clapped. Straight up. Straight up. So a former Mexican police federal agent who survived the helicopter crash in 2015 was killed this week by the same cartel that downed the aircraft. So his wife was shot and killed in the municipality of Mexico by a group of gunmen who intercepted their vehicle and opened fire. According to El Diario de Morales, the suspects fired 15 shots on Corrella's van. They told the attackers fled immediately afterwards, escaping on motorcycles that were waiting for them. Clapped him. Clapped him, unfortunately. First responders who arrived at the scene said both victims died for gunshot wounds that was taken. Yeah. Well, I got to go on a slight tangent, and I know we're pushing time, but don't worry, we're going to get to everything still. When we're talking about El Mencho, we got to talk about Menchito, which is the son of El Mencho that this guy testified against. Well, you know the apple don't fall far from the tree, and El Menchito, he was like that too. Yes, El Menchito is the thing. So El Menchito, okay, this is him right here. He looked like Barron Trump. He looked like a good boy. He was nothing but evil. When he hopped off the porch, you know, metaphorically, his father said, "You gonna join the family business? We all killing niggas. We smuggling drugs. This is what we do." So he rose up the ranks really quickly, being the number 2 of the CJNG cartel. How does he do that? Well, few things. As you would imagine with nepotism, like, it's the Bronny James syndrome, right? Remember I told you about, like, you know, El Chapo kids, like, they like Bronny James? He not Bronny James. Let me know if you one of them kids that you like, I gotta be greater than my father. That was him. Elementary. I'll give you an example. He never wanted the soldiers and the killers around him to just respect him because he was his daddy's son. He wanted to show them he liked that too.
What did he do?
He eventually got prosecuted in federal court in the United States. He did get extradited. But before then, and we found all this out at trial, when he was coming up, it was testified in a trial that in front of the gang, he had 4 or 5 niggas hogtied for owing money. Okay? For owing money to CJNG, and he sliced all of their throats. He cut their throat in front of the. It was testified in a trial that in front of the gang, he had 4 or 5 niggas hogtied for owing money. Okay? for owing money to CJNG, and he sliced all of their throats. He cut their throats. They owed him money. He slashed all their throats with a knife. He was bloody as hell because he let them bleed out right there. His men was watching. He got to show them he not Bronny James. He a killer too. Straight up. Ask Spoo Shiesty. Word up. He murdered all 5 of them. And then he asked his men, he said, give me a clean shirt. Demon. He's his daddy's son. For real, for real. They accuse him of sanctioning and ordering over 100 murders as well. Just like his daddy. It was into violence. He loved it. Okay? There's a little bit more intrigue with him that kind of tells you how powerful CJNG is. And this is why I bring it up. So little Menchito here, right? This is how powerful and how corrupt Mexico is. So he gets arrested like 3 times by Mexican authorities. And he just gets out like it's nothing. Like he gets out like it's a parking ticket or, suspended license. Essentially, they were trying to do a crackdown on CJNG because they're wilding out too much. They start doing wiretaps. They intercept some calls, some phone booths and shit like that. And they find out that there's somebody who is important that's calling the shots because they were moving like The Wire. They would have certain phones only for certain times. Like they would have certain windows and the cops figured it out. And one time they intercepted something and they're like, all right, we know there's somebody important, but there's definitely cartel stuff going on here. The person who they kind of intercepted some of the communication was associated with this guy. Now remember, he's his daddy's son. When they went in for they did the raid, the dude was like, caught off guard. They catch him running out the spot. They catch him later, they basically catch him. And they arrest him. And when they arrest him, apparently at his arrest, first of all, they found a bunch of guns. We'll talk about it. But he tells the cops, he says, yo, and this is why they have money. He tells them, if y'all let me go right now, there's $500,000 here. Y'all could just take it. Take the $500,000. Let me go. Right? And this is the reason why the U.S. only works with certain groups in Mexico because most of them are corrupt. Like $500,000 when you're getting paid like $30 a day. Like, yo, you're out of here, man. Peace, nigga. I'll catch you later. Chung the deuces. But there are certain people that's uncorruptible. So, he actually got arrested. They arrested the motherfucker and they instantly bring him to this place called Altiplano. Which, this is how much of a joke Mexico is. I ain't gonna lie to you. Altiplano Federal Prison. Now, this, if you don't know, and everything's gonna make sense to y'all, chat, because I'm gonna connect a whole bunch of dots. This prison right here in Mexico is the prison that they call the maximum security prison in Mexico. This is the toughest prison. Yeah, it's the one that El Chapo got out of. Like, come on, like it's Mexico, nigga. The fuck. So it's like, yo, this shit is like cakewalk. Like, yo, El Chapo got it. That's the one he just walked out in the bathroom. Like, yo, that's their maximum. Their maximum. Look, El Chapo is their maximum security prison, right? Like, yo, look, this is their max security prison, nigga. Bro, this nigga got his phone on the. Yo, I'm out of here, nigga. Like, I'll catch y'all niggas later. Matter of fact, yo, did I leave it under here? I'm out of here. Peace. Nigga dipped straight up out of there. Yes, that's this prison here, their maximum security prison. So anyway, they brought homeboy there, and I ain't gonna lie to you, Mexico's so fire, he ain't even had to escape. This is crazy. Yo, when they caught the nigga, they caught him with $1.5 million in currency. They caught him with all type of guns. They caught him with everything red-handed. Bruv, one of the guns, like 2 of the guns they caught him with, it actually just said remember, this was a whole thing to try to crack down on the gang. because the whole gang is killing people. One of the guns they caught him with said CJNG number 2, because, sorry, he's a number 2 guy to his father. So the gun literally says it, like it's engraved. And then the other gun is like this, like Gucci Glock. It's like, you know, gold, whatever. It literally says El Menchito. El Menchito. It just says it. So they locked him up for that. They put him in a maximum security prison. Check this out, chat. They went to court. The judge says, yo, y'all ain't got no reason to lock the nigga up. What the fuck? They released him. No cap. They just let the nigga go. They're like, what? What the fuck y'all lock him up for? Let him go. Let him go. I ain't gonna lie to you. Just let that nigga go. Straight up. They try to put another case on him. Right when he walking out the door. So he about to be like, yo, demon home. They put cuffs on him again. They got another case. Remember, he's been killing niggas. Like, he's been really putting knives to, like, he's a killer. They said, oh, we got another case. He sit for like 2 weeks. You know, he probably eating the honey buns. He probably ordering some nice taco. Like, he got his shit lit in there. He go in front of a court again. The court says, why y'all keep locking him up? Let him out. He dips again. Poorly. It takes a year. They catch El Menchito again. Same situation. Nigga got mad bread on him.
I mean, but that's the judicial system now. Like, it's not about who's right or wrong. It's about who has the most money and access. Like, if you know the right people and you got the right money, you can be just about anything. Like, they'll teach you in any gun course too. They'll teach you in any gun course that it costs at least $100,000 for you to catch a body, whether you're right or wrong. 100,000 is the minimum for you to catch a body. Whether you did it in self-defense or you did it in extra, 100,000 is the minimum for you to get yourself out on bail and for you to get a decent lawyer. Even for a layup case, 100,000, 50,000 for the bail, 50,000 for the lawyer. For a layup case, it's minimum 50,000. So yeah, it's whoever has the most money at the damn time.
He still got his guns. His guns got his engraving on it. Like, they're even trying to just charge him with gun crimes. Like, yo, bro, he's not supposed to have this fucking gun. Look, it's his. His name is on it. They lock the nigga up. And when they lock the nigga up, they go in front of another judge. And the other judge says,
as a nonprofit corporation, MITRE is...
yo, bro, why y'all lock him up? Nigga ain't do nothing wrong. It's El Menchito. Let him out. Word up. I kid you not. Word. Let him out. Now, it's funny. When he gets let out, they handcuff him again because they're really trying to keep the nigga. But the judges keep saying, why y'all keep locking him up? That's how corrupt. That's the judicial system saying there's no reason to lock him up. They lock him up for another thing with some disappearance of some people. And he gets held for a little bit longer until the extradition comes down. And that's when he comes to the United States. He's cooked. We all know you come to the United States, you're not going back. Here's the funny part about it, though. When he gets locked up the second time, this is him. Okay? Now, you might say, damn, who the fuck punched you in your nose? Well, apparently, what these guys do a lot, they fake their death and they do plastic surgery to change their appearance. So this nigga got a nose job. And the nose job supposedly was to try to help alter his appearance, that hopefully he could evade law enforcement later on. Now, to me, it's kind of stupid because why change your appearance and get a nose job if you're going to have El Menchito on all your guns? Don't make no sense. But that's why his nose is bandaged. That's why his nose is bandaged. They're saying he had a nose job recently. Now, he ends up getting extradited, and this is where I fill in some of the story with the family.
Somebody in chat said BBL Menchito.
And then we'll get to how Mencho got caught, because everything is a little bit interconnected. So
got a yam on his face.
He gets extradited, right? He gets extradited. And remember I told you he got this nose job? Well, this is how give me one second. This is how wait, hold on. Where the fuck is it? Is it this? Oh, yeah. This is how it works when it comes to like the family tree of El Mencho. So Menchito, who was really about that life, he was cutting people's throats. They catch him again. He did get released like for the third time, but they handcuffed him while he walking out the door, and then they held him for some Michoacan shit till he got brought to the United States. The United States just cooked him, right? They were trying to fight that extradition, but it didn't work.
Yo. Oh, yeah. I was just checking in. See if he was hopping in.
I damn near gotta take my cars for another shot because the other one, they couldn't help my eye. And then I just lost my fucking glasses, bro.
Type jump.
No. Bro, I know you trying to talk about Iran and shit. I'm just running in this bitch just trying to get my life situated.
I got you.
Updated, you know what I'm saying?
Check your car. Your glasses is probably still in your car.
Man, who they not, bro? It's blowing me, bro. This be the shit that be fucking with me the most. Like, when you can't find some shit,
Yeah.
I'll hit you with everything get situated and shit.
Alright. Pray about it.
Yeah, I mean, shit like that. For sure that, though.
Alright.
Whatever.
Look.
Interesting stories about that, but I won't get into it. So what ends up happening is his sister shows up because I don't know if you know, this nigga is a United States citizen. So what these drug dealers do is they fuck their bitch in Mexico and send a chick to United States to have the kid. So the kid's now a United States resident. Why? That fucking United States passport just means a lot. So this kid is actually a United States resident. He was born in United States. Well, he has a sister, and his sister was born in the United States as well. Now, his sister, got arrested when she came to court. Okay? So she went to court, and when she went to court, she basically got arrested at the same time because there was a outstanding warrant. So she was arrested in February 2020. She came to attend her brother's criminal hearing. She basically got arrested.
And that's the bitch ass thing about warrants though. Like, you can have a warrant and not even know you got a damn warrant until the damn police is in your face and search up your damn name. It could end up turning up your entire life. You damn near gotta check that damn website all the time. And then fuck the people who say, well, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you don't gotta worry about that stuff. You never know. You can have a bench warrant about a speeding violation or like, yeah, a speeding violation that they caught on camera in one of the cities. Like, you went a little bit over or something like that. Or maybe you veered off in a lane and it captured that in the camera. Have a warrant for anything. Somebody can say that you did something to them. Somebody who you've known from years ago in a whole nother state and filed a warrant, and you'll never know that the warrant's filed. Because from that warrant, they're coming to look for you. Anybody could put a warrant on you for anything. And America is one of the only countries where you could sue anybody for quite literally anything. So like it's quite like it's fucked up.
And she crossed the border illegally because she's a United States resident, and she faced mad counts of engaging in transactions or dealings in the properties of designated foreign person. Okay, basically there's something called the Kingpin Act, which means that they could identify certain organizations as kind of like criminal, and if you do business with them, you violate. So she was doing transactions obviously for her family, and they were already on the list, so they couldn't get her as a drug dealer, so they gave her this, violating the Kingpin Act, and they gave her I think it was 30 months. Yeah, she served 30 months. Okay, so she served 30 months. El Mencho brother faked his death. It's like a whole bunch of bullshit. Okay? Let me see. Everything's gonna just show the current shit. Anyway, the point is this. And let me see if I can. Okay. Yeah. So, just going down the family tree just to make this kind of a little bit quick. He had a brother. They tried to hide from the authorities from, faking his death and fleeing to the U.S. Got arrested. He had a brother-in-law, okay? He was trying to be under a fake name. Got caught in Brazil. His son-in-law also faked his death, okay? He was sentenced for money laundering. I think that's in Mexico, though. And obviously the daughter got caught for violating the Kingpin Act, and El Mencho's son, he's serving life for drug conspiracy, and El Mencho's dead. So essentially, not gonna lie, they clapped up the whole family tree. Not gonna cap with you. Now, there are speculations on what's gonna happen, and let me see if that's all the things I had to. I don't want to keep dragging this. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right.
Now, a lot of people are speculating what's going to be.
Turn AI from potential into performance with HPE. Our full stack portfolio spans.
Well, we're going to start with these fighting matches. I know we were talking about some matchups last episode, so now Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao are having a rematch being planned for September, with the Sphere in Las Vegas being looked at as a possible venue. Mace, talking about matchups, what do you think of this one?
I really don't like to even talk about this. Manny Pacquiao in his last outing didn't look like the Manny Pacquiao of old. So this is not something I'm looking forward to. So I know Killer said something last time we taped that, this is not how I want to see Floyd fighting. If you're jumping out there, jump out there. You TBE. You're the best ever. The money team. I'm for it. I'm supporting it. I really don't like Floyd fighting, but if you're going to fight, it's better that you don't tarnish the legacy and just stay going for greatness. That's what I would say.
Like I said, when we talked about this yesterday,
I like it.
I told you the fights that I would want to see. This isn't one of the fights I want to see. I didn't want to. The first one was whack. The first one to me, a lot of people would say it was past their prime and everything else. I didn't think it was past their prime because they both was kind of active. Of course, Manny Pacquiao was fighting a lot, but the first fight really wasn't a good fight. It was kind of boring to watch. We know Floyd's skill level was superior.
See, and that's what the thing about casual boxing watchers, bro. Like, unless you actually in the sport, you don't really understand what it is that you're watching. Like, I don't really think that the Pacquiao Mayweather fight was boring, and I was young watching that. Like, I wasn't even fully into boxing or anything like I am now, but even just watching it, it was more along the lines of, oh, like, nah, he's putting on a masterclass. Like, damn near he's playing with, bro.
Manny Pacquiao heart.
Yeah.
If you want to revisit it. Nah, but on a serious note, I didn't like the first fight. I don't think this fight will be better than the first fight. But if Floyd, like I said, we both agree that we don't necessarily want to see Floyd fight. But if he's going to fight, this isn't one of the fights that I would want to see. Would I watch it? Yeah, I would watch it. I'm watching any fight Floyd does. But if you're asking my opinion on people who I want to see Floyd fight at this particular time in life, Manny Pacquiao isn't one of them.
Okay. So, Mace, I know you use the term like tarnishing legacy. So across all sports, how do you feel about people who unretire? Do you automatically see that as like you're tarnishing your legacy, or do you think that there are some exceptions?
No, I think once you retire, there's a separation of the greatest period of your life, right? And then there's this continuance. It's almost like a continuance. It's like seeing Jordan out there in 45. We know that's not 23, but we're happy to see him playing. But when it comes to things such as this, I'm not sure of how this goes. I know Father Time catches up to everybody, and I just don't want to see. And that's my own concern. This has nothing to do with Floyd. This is no shot against him. But I just don't. I don't want to see him lose at this time in his life with everything else that people are saying. I just think that would tarnish the legacy of, money, Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? That's the Floyd that I want to remember. You know what I'm saying? So, and when situations happen, just like we saw with Devin Haney, right? At one time, Devin Haney was like, he's going to be the next Floyd. That one fight kind of shifted everything, right? But he could still.
I don't think anybody ever really thought.
It's like,
I don't really think any real boxing fan for real wasn't thinking like Devin Haney was gonna be like the next Floyd Mayweather. Like I truly, and that's no shade at Devin Haney. It's like I truly believe he would have been the next Devin Haney. But like in terms of like if we even want to break down like boxing technique, like skill level and stuff like that. If anything, I feel like the Mayweather of this generation, like anybody who's like the most comparable, is Shakur or even Tank. But more Shakur for real, in terms of like his defensive style. Actually, I don't even think Tank really compares at all other than punching power. But Floyd he wasn't a big puncher. So like, I think Tank probably like Money May era, but even he wasn't like really like a knockout artist for real. But shit, yeah, Shakur for sure.
This is a dominant fighter. This is an undisputed fighter. But certain criteria just go out the window. Unless he stops Ryan Garcia in a rematch, then you could bring back that legacy. But I think as of right now, the same with Floyd. I wouldn't want to see him lose that.
Just to add on to what you're saying, before I answer your exact question, it's hard for the Devin Haney situation because, like you said, you can't unsee what you see. But nigga on roids.
Yeah.
We don't know what else he was on. So it's like, damn, man, we seen that. But, I remember we jumped a nigga. Nigga was on meth, and he was like, why y'all keep hitting me? It was like 14 niggas hitting him. He was like, why y'all keep hitting me, though? like
he didn't really feel
he didn't feel nothing, I know the next morning he woke up crazy. It wasn't like we just randomly jumped a nigga. We was in the Sony studio in New York, and some nigga just came in there high and jumped on my engineer, and we didn't even know this thing. So everybody in the studios hitting the nigga, and he's just like, yo, why are you hitting me? We don't know what effect them steroids or whatever drugs you on. So, but like Mesa, it's hard to unsee it. But I don't want.
He was on Ostarine. If y'all don't know about Ostarine, Ostarine is one of them drugs that if you take it, especially before your fight or before you do any athletic anything, it makes you run faster, punch harder, go longer, whatever you want to say. In this show, pause. But I'm saying it quite literally, Ostarine is quite literally the Captain America drug.
I hold that against Devin.
Formula One.
Either, especially as good as he looked against Norman. Back to your original question, Stat, and the way Mason answered, I thought what you used with Jordan was a great way to put it because it depends on when you retire, right? Mm-hmm. So when Jordan retires after the first time, we're excited to see him come back because not only did he come back, he came back and won 3 chips. And you like, when you're retiring in your prime and don't wait too long to come back, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Then when he retired again, I didn't want to see him with the Wizards. I didn't mind him retire 45, come back, switch to the 23 Jordan. I was good with that. They won 3 chips after that, but I didn't want to see the Wizard Jordan. Even though his numbers with the Wizards is better than some niggas in the NBA numbers as career-wise. I'm just saying it wasn't the Jordan I was used to. Same thing with Floyd, right? Floyd retired, then Marquez called him out. Nigga like, oh, word? Bet. I ain't doing nothing. I'll come fuck him up real quick, but it was a good time. I'm not saying it's not a good time in Floyd's life now. I don't want to put his birth certificate in front of his skills and everything else, but Mesa is right.
This is a good way of putting it in his birth
somebody eventually. It just hasn't caught up to him yet. I hope it doesn't catch up to him anytime soon. I'm definitely rooting for him. But, when he came back to fight Marquez, it wasn't even like no thought would Floyd win or lose. It was like, okay, this nigga's still kind of in his prime. So I think about when you're retiring, how long you retire for, and when do you come back, to answer your question, Stat, about exactly does it tarnish your legacy when you try to come back. And especially if you try to come back, and I'm not saying Floyd, I'm just saying people in general, when you need money, it looks crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think that's when it's really bad, when you're saying, damn, I got to do this for this. Because we've seen people in situations where they come back and do things for money, and you can tell.
That's it for today. Do I finish out, make it a even 4 hours? Yeah. How many more minutes they got in this? Yeah, 4 minutes. So let's do some cool shit. For the remainder of this time, we gonna look at those oil stocks. Key individual stocks, major active in Iraq, Exxon, Chevron. Okay. ETFs. Stocks, your ETFs, every companies. Okay, so these are all of the ones that. Okay, so. Okay, so that's Exxon. Chevron. Okay. Chevron looking like right now. Oh, Chevron's going crazy. That's I did some research on Chevron. What was this? Just January 2nd. Okay. 2 weeks from January 2nd. Sixteenth. Thirtieth. Chevron. What else is there? Cocoa Philippines, UP. Excuse me. Shit. All of these look about the same. I'm out for today. I may be back on later tonight.